Thursday night. Northwest winds 25 to 30
Audio check.
knots with
Audio check.
up to
Check, check.
40 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Wave detail. Northwest.
Let me know, guys, if you can hear me.
9 seconds. For Friday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 8 to 11.
Check, check.
Wave detail. Northwest.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
10 seconds. For Friday night, northwest wind 25 to 30 knots, easing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight.
Hello, Chris Carter.
6 to 9 feet. Wave
All right, well, I think my audio is working.
seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 20
Shoot those
to
roots.
25 knots.
Thank you for letting me know.
Up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 5 to 8 feet. Wave detail. Northwest
All right.
8 feet.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to our continued live coverage of Hurricane Erick now as he continues to intensify on approach to landfall in southern Mexico. And we now have an update from the National Hurricane Center. So let me get that up here for you. Hold on.
For Sunday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7
Hold on,
to 10
guys.
feet, subsiding to 5
We've
to
got a new
8
update.
in the afternoon. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds.
Okay.
For Sunday night,
So there you have it. So Hurricane Erick has increased in intensity slightly since our last live stream. So this storm has hit a new peak intensity of 125 mile per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 950 millibars. And holy smokes, guys. Would you look at this? Guys, look at this monster. Oh.
The coastal waters forecast from Pigeon Point to Point Pinos out to 10
Wow.
nautical miles. Small craft.
Guys, look at this monster. I mean, that looks evil.
For tonight, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts.
That is a crazy satellite presentation.
20 knots late this
It's
evening.
literally June 18th, guys.
Seas 6 to 8 feet.
This is the East Pacific
Detail.
on June 18th. What is going on?
2 feet at 14 seconds.
Chris Carter with a comment, I'm here right now in Acapulco.
Rising to 20 to
Stay safe,
25
Chris.
knots with gusts up to 35
Stay safe. Guys, I mean, look at this monster. I mean, literally the face on this thing is like snarling at me. I mean, I'm scared even looking at it.
For Thursday night, northwest wind 20 to 25.
I mean, look at this thing.
Up to 35 knots. Easing to
I thought maybe
after midnight.
we would get Cat 4 on the last advisory, and here's why. What changed since I was last on air is the fact that out of nowhere, we had this massive burst of convection, of super cold convection. Boom, it just came out of nowhere like a flood, like a circular river or something, and it just surrounded the eye. And we are now seeing better symmetry and more uniform convective structure at the core of the storm than we have seen this entire time, during its entire lifetime. Okay, so I mean, just look at this thing. I mean, what is even happening here, guys? Holy moly, this is literally the scariest Cat 3 I have ever seen in my life. I am not even joking. I mean, this thing is literally looking at me. Celeste Nova comments, oh, I'm sorry, Celeste Nova / Knights of Shrade, if I'm pronouncing it right. She says this imagery is insane. And yes. I mean, oh my goodness. The way it has, I mean, look at this pinhole eye that has poked out. Look, I mean, this is a gleaming, snarling cyclone. I don't even know what to say anymore at this point. I did not think this was going to happen. Like, so I did a live stream, I think it was roughly 2 hours ago. It was about 4 hours long. And over the course of that, it actually looked like Erick was kind of leveling out because of that eye wall replacement cycle we were watching, right? eyewall replacement cycles. They come in, they weaken cyclones, they stop their intensification rates. Looked like Erick was kind of fighting through it, right? Looked like he was kind of fighting through it, but things had slowed down. But now, whoa! All of a sudden, what is going on? What is going on, guys? Look at this imagery. This is scary stuff, guys. And the thing is, there have been like less than 10 major hurricanes, major Pacific hurricanes, to hit southern Mexico on record. But there have been none. Let me say that again, none that have made landfall. No major hurricane landfalls in southern Mexico during the month of June that we know of, that all time, ever recorded. So this could be a first, an all-time first here. I mean, this is just, what else is there to say about this? Let's zoom in here. Let's zoom in here and get a real nasty up-close look at the eye here. And that thing is nasty. I mean, look at that thing. Pinhole eye, clearing out now for the first time to the surface of the ocean. We can now see the surface of the ocean. Technically, I know it's not visible, but we can. If this was still daytime, we could see the surface of the ocean right now. And it just is remarkable how fast this convective burst, I mean, just overtook. I guess that either this was the completion of the eyewall replacement cycle. I've seen mixed messages, right? I've seen some people say this was the completion of the eyewall replacement cycle, and it was a quick and easy one, right? It was a couple hours ago. Someone was saying, Erick Webb was saying it looked like the eyewall replacement cycle was wrapping up. Okay, so either this was the completion of the eyewall replacement cycle, or this was the failure of the eyewall replacement cycle and the sudden rebound of the inner eyewall structure, fighting off the outer eyewall, and apparently I don't know for sure. Maybe we can figure that out here. Let's see here. We got a bunch of comments. Wow. Shudo's roots. And he's still strengthening from a visual standpoint. Oh, no, absolutely. In fact, it's more than a visual standpoint. Look at the wording in the National Hurricane Center's last advisory, in which they upgraded the winds to 125 miles per hour. They said, and I can pull up the exact quote, but they said further strengthening is possible. Okay, further strengthening is possible because, as you can see here, and I believe here, let me pull up. Shudo had another comment here. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, here. So Shudo's Root says, the last tweet you showed of Erick, did you notice a more western steer in the last loop? Could this mean Erick could have a longer time in the warm waters before direct landfall? And that's a very good question. Yes, there was a western jog in the last advisory, in the last position update, okay? So we did see a little bit of an eastern jog before that. So I don't think it's necessarily that Erick is oh my gosh, it's suddenly trending towards the west side of the cone, and maybe it doesn't touch land until 8 a.m. Now, don't get me wrong. I hope that doesn't happen, because that then, like Shudo's Roots is saying here, Erick then could have a tangibly longer time over water to continue intensifying. So hopefully that, I guess, doesn't happen. I mean, if it doesn't happen, then it hits someone else sooner. But nevertheless, I'm not sure that this western steer in the last advisory, I think it kind of just canceled out the eastern jog that we saw as a result of the eyewall replacement cycle earlier. And now Erick is kind of moving along the trajectory the National Hurricane Center kind of expected him to do so. So not sure we have any big, huge, erratic changes in movement quite yet, but we will be watching that for that over the course of this stream. Estonia Weather, I'm back, and so are we. Thank you, Estonia Weather, for returning. Thank you, Diva Patriot. And Celeste Nova with a bunch of screaming emojis, and that's pretty much, I think that's what we're all doing right now, is this emoji right here. This this screaming face in fear, and then the head exploding, our minds blown. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh my gosh. False headline. False headline! Let me remove that. I'm sorry. Honest mistake. Honest mistake, guys. I was hypecasting there for a second. Okay, sorry. Oh, no, wait. I'll fix this, guys. Bear with me. Okay, now a devastating Category 3 storm. He's been a Category 3 storm for several hours now, but I think it's safe to say that there could be some dangerous impacts here. Sorry, I mistyped 3 for 4. That is a terrible typo. However, in all fairness, Category 4 status does seem like a plausible course here as we go forward, and I'm going to keep checking just to make sure there's no intermediate advisory, because I think we could see one, right? Because just looking at this right now, this is a storm that is verging on Category 4 intensity. Will he make Category 4? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Maybe he won't make Category 4. Maybe it stops here. But man, right now it looks like he could hit Category 4. He's technically only 1 mile per hour of wind speed away. So he's pretty close, Erick is. But no, yeah, it could be verging on Category 4 right now, guys. We could be verging on Category 4. So still a Category 3 right now. Still a Category 3 officially. 125 miles per hour, 950 MBAR as of the last advisory, which came out about 30 minutes ago. And I just want to show you here. So let me, if I can. So here on Weather Nerds, I'm going to zoom in on this. Oh no, I zoomed out. That's terrible. Okay, I'm going to zoom in here on water vapor image. Well, I don't even need to do that here actually, because okay, let me go to X here. But if you here, let me move this out of the way. And if you can see behind me, the water vapor imagery after it was really impressive when Erick first started rapidly intensifying. We saw these yellow colors on water vapor. Okay, so you don't see the yellow and white colors on water vapor very often. In fact, I haven't seen it since Hurricane Milton back in 2024. Or no, I think Zalia and Milton are the last 2 times I saw that, and maybe Cyclone Errol a little bit. They did have a couple of powerful cyclones down Australia earlier this year during the winter, which is summer down there. Anyway, so you're looking over here at this water vapor imagery, right? And these yellow colors are indications of extreme amounts of moisture, right? So the convection is not just super intense and cold, as the cloud tops are pushed further and further into the atmosphere. But the absolute density of the water here, let me adjust myself. The absolute density of the water vapor in this system is just incredible, and it really speaks to the lack of dry air and the perfection of the conditions around him right now. And we're seeing that come to fruition now. This is what happens when you have really primed conditions, super warm sea surface temperatures, no wind shear, and then, I mean, there's no dry air to be seen right now. No dry air to be seen. It's the environment's so favorable that despite the eye wall replacement cycle, usually during EWRCs, that's like a weak point for the storm, and we can see dry air start to intrude. We can see dry air start to intrude in the circulation and really shut down the whole intensification system, dry out those rain clouds. But we didn't see that this time, and Erick survived easily. So this is just really incredible, and the satellite imagery is not getting any less insane, guys. Look at these last few frames, and I am gonna pause it. Mm. That, my friends, is a pinhole eye. There is no longer any doubt. That is a pinhole eye. Almost leading me to believe that the cause of this convective burst was the inner eye wall fighting back and the EWRC failing. But I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. But I think that's what happened here. I think we had a failed EWRC, and that's not good. That's not good for Oaxaca. Is that how you pronounce it? I think I did that wrong. But for southern Mexico, that is not good, because we were hoping maybe that an EWRC coming in unexpectedly might weaken the storm before it hits land. And at a certain point, we knew that this was going to be bad. We knew that this was going to be a major hurricane. But maybe we're thinking, okay, maybe though, sometimes weakening storms, the flight level winds sometimes in weakening storms, they don't translate to the surface where all the destruction happens as readily as, say, a storm rapidly intensifying into a landfall, right? A storm rapidly intensifying into landfall is probably going to have stronger winds at the surface than a storm that's weakening into landfall with both values being the same, right? So if you have a 125 mile per hour storm and it rapidly intensified into landfall, it's going to feel stronger than a 125 mile per hour storm that's weakening into landfall. Okay, that frame disappeared, but I wanted to measure it, because for a brief moment there, it really got clear. So how wide is this eye, guys? How wide is this eye? Oh my gosh, it's tiny. This is tiny, guys. Like, what, 5 miles? Maybe a little bit more? 6 miles, I'll say. I'll go, I'll make a liberal estimate here. What, 6 miles? This is a 6 mile wide pinhole eye now. Holy tropical palm trees, guys. That's what I'm measuring here. Look at that. I mean, that cannot be more than 7 miles across. At least the eye area that's truly sinking, right? Shoot us roots. Aw, darn, we were so close. 6 mile eye. Very, very intense eye wall. Very intense eye wall, man. This is really rotating. Really rotating very quickly now. Look at the gravity waves, guys. Guys, this is not good. Look at the gravity waves emanating, rippling through the convection. You only get this in some of the most powerful major hurricanes. And look at this convective burst of a rain band down here. That is really, really intense, guys. So let me show you what happened exactly here. Let me show you what happened. So on this satellite loop that I'm about to show you, watch from the beginning to the end. So watch the beginning of this loop, how you could see that it was getting a little swirly pattern, right? The central dense overcast, after looking so good, kind of started to waver a little bit. But then, boom, all of a sudden, look at all those silver and pink clouds come in. Just boom, just an explosion of convection out of nowhere. Look at that. Boom. And actually, we were watching, so that explosion of convection came from like a single cluster of vortical hot towers. I see that now. That came from a single cluster of vortical hot towers that we were watching 2 hours ago when we ended our first stream. We were watching this cluster on the eastern quadrant of vortical hot towers. Those are very powerful thunderstorm updrafts in the eye wall of a hurricane that drive huge updrafts of air, just straight up, just rocketing, just really incredible stuff thermodynamically. And they're a trademark sign of rapid intensification, but they're also sometimes a trademark sign of a storm undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, right? So I was unsure as to whether or not, like, I remember back in 2023 when we had Hurricane Idalia, when we had Hurricane Idalia and she was approaching landfall at the Big Bend of Florida, there was a moment where suddenly her pinhole eye, or close to pinhole eye, because Idalia had a very small eye, and there was a moment where these massive, right before landfall, these massive convective bursts started firing and obscuring the eye. And at the time I was thinking, oh man, this is going crazy, but I was wrong, because that was actually the onset of a very destructive eye wall replacement cycle that basically, in the matter of just a couple hours, reduced Idalia from a super compact, intense Category 4 hurricane to what, I mean, a lot of storm chasers said they chased Cat 1s and 2s that felt stronger than Idalia did in the Big Bend of Florida. So sometimes those big, sudden, violent convective bursts in the eye wall of a hurricane, that's not always a signal of rapid intensification. Sometimes it's a signal of an eye wall replacement cycle. So I honestly thought, given how close Erick was getting to the terrain, that rough Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range in southern Mexico, I was thinking, I don't know. Is this intensification, or is this just the eye wall replacement cycle? Well, we have our answer. It was intensification and appears to be a massive rebound by the inner eye wall, but I'm only speaking visually here. I need more information to confirm that. But yeah, I mean, just so wild, man. Just look at the evolution of that loop. Just boom, like a firecracker, just lit up and exploded, and completely encircled that eye in light speed. Shudo's roots. Oh wow, that's honestly I'm sorry. There's an overlay blocking it. Okay. Wow, that's honestly a wicked rain band in peak. Absolutely wicked. I mean, just look at that thing. That is a crazy loop. That is a crazy loop. And as Celeste Nova comments here, fittingly, the full loop of this storm is going to be for the books. Hands down. Hands down. I mean, I can't, yeah, I'm going to post that full loop as soon as I can once we get somewhere. Get somewhere after this event ends here. Let me, hold on guys, let me adjust my placement here a little bit better, perhaps. Maybe? No? That's better. Okay. Alright. So, yeah, continuing to track here, I'm going to play this again, and I'm going to zoom it out because I honestly just cannot get over how insane this thing looks. And wait, guys, I mean, hold on a second. Let's zoom out even further. Look at the overall symmetry. Oh, man. That is really not good, guys. That is, this is a tropical cyclone excelling in its environment. And it's really sad, and it's a really sad thing too, because this is going to destroy something. You know, I can't say how much it's going to destroy, but this is going to cause major damage somewhere. I mean, unless it really implodes here. Because remember, even if it implodes, we still have the rainfall threat, which we are going to get to, but, wow. Shudo's roots. There's always so many questions when coming up with future forecasting that honestly the best thing that can be unanimously agreed upon is that hurricanes are unpredictable. Well said, well said. And I will reiterate, this region specifically is a big troublemaker, okay, with in terms of unpredictability. Last year, we had Hurricane John in this same region, right? Made landfall hundreds of miles away from where the first forecast cone said he was going to make landfall. Days before the first forecast cone said he was going to make landfall, at several categories higher than the first forecast cone said he would. It was like a repeat situation, analytically, of Otis, and he happened in 2023. So this is now the third year in a row where these specific coastal waters right off of southern Mexico have generated a rapidly intensifying major hurricane. Otis peaked at an incredibly powerful Category 5. We're not going to see that here. I doubt this thing gets to Category 5. But Category 4, 100% in the cards.
Maximum at current of 2.2 knots at 11:41 p.m. Wednesday and 1.8 knots at 11:35 a.m. Thursday.
Estonia weather. The new blob has pretty cold tops reaching negative 90 Celsius or a bit less. We also have lightning strikes detected. Picture in X.
Up to 40 knots. Sea 7 to 9 feet. Wave detail. Northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds. Juneteenth. Northwest wind 20 to 25 knots.
Oh, okay.
Rising to
all right, let's go here.
To 30 knots in the afternoon. Sea 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail. Northwest 9 feet at 10 seconds and south 2 feet at 14.
So let's see here. Estonia weather has got a picture of lightning in this, and then okay, yeah. So there you can see it. This picture's from Estonia weather, and there you can see some pretty decent lightning activity there, and that convective blob, that enormous, almost dominating, trying to dominate the picture like it's jealous for attention. This rain band in particular is jealous. All the attention and all the eye candy we're giving to the eye and the eye wall. But this convective burst, wow, very impressive. Lightning strikes in that. Crazy. Yeah, so we're going to continue watching this. There's that convective burst with a little bit different. And, you know, to see further lightning, let's go to Weather Nerds. Because I believe they'll give us lightning strikes here. Okay, so here we go. Interesting.
Northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Sea 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail.
All right, so here we have a different kind of view, a different satellite. This is still infrared satellite, but this is showing us the location of lightning strikes within the storm. So as you can see, these little white dots popping up. Interesting that it's not as much lightning in the eye wall that we would maybe expect, but also I'm not too surprised by that because we're not like doing some explosive intensification thing. Remember, big lightning bursts in the eye wall of tropical cyclones is a very telltale sign of explosive intensification. While Erick is definitely holding his own and possibly intensifying right now, he's not really explosively intensifying, so I think that explains why there maybe isn't as much lightning activity as we thought there would be. Interesting to note that Hurricane Otis, right, a fun fact about Otis is that I believe in the 24 hours, during that 24-hour world record-breaking intensification rate of going from a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm to a 165-mile-per-hour Category 5, I believe there was like 26,000 lightning strikes in Otis's eye wall over that period. I've honestly never wrapped my mind around that fact since then. Celeste Nova. We can only watch in awe. It's like Otis in June. Yeah, I mean that's a good parallel. Because you wouldn't expect a storm to be a Category 5 in June. I mean that would really be ridiculous. And it's the location and the potential landfall here we have coming up that's making Erick stand out as a true record breaker, right? The East Pacific has had Category 4s in the month of June before, right? In fact, I think, let me think. I think the last one, it was a B name or something. It might have been in 2018 or something. Yeah, I'm blanking on the name, but I think it was a B name hurricane. If any of you know what I'm talking about, please help my mind. But I think it was a B name hurricane or something around 2018. Nevertheless, the point is Category 4 hurricanes do happen they do happen in the East Pacific in June. It's not like the Atlantic where it's literally unheard of, and our only example is Beryl. But it does happen in June in the East Pacific. The thing that makes Erick here stand out is the fact that it's happening so close to Mexico and that he could make landfall as a major hurricane in Mexico, maybe even a high in Category 3 like he is now, maybe a Category 4. I don't know, guys. We're going to have to watch. But that's what's truly making him stand out. And by the way, it's not even close, right? The next closest storm in terms of strength during the month of June making landfall on the Pacific coast of Mexico is it's Category 2. And I'll pull the specific records up shortly. But so this is not going to even be close. Even if Erick completely stops strengthening right now, he can make landfall 120, 125. It's not going to be close. It's not going to be close. And you can see that. Look at this presentation. Okay, in these latest frames, it looks like maybe the eye's popping out again, guys. Or maybe that's only on Weather Nerds. I think they might be slightly behind. So the eye was completely clear a second ago. It's now kind of filled in. So hopefully that's a sign that the intensification is over. I don't know, though. Because we've seen the cloud cover in the eye has really fluctuated back and forth a lot. So I don't know if this means something or not. We're just going to have to wait and see if it fills in more. It has filled in. It has filled in, but that's not exactly unexpected considering it's only 5-6 miles wide and the pressure isn't deep enough to make it a perfectly clear, constant spinning pinhole eye like you think Milton, right? So I don't know if that means anything. We'll see. Regardless, still an incredibly powerful storm, an incredibly symmetrical storm. And, oh boy, this is going to be a long night for sure. Shuda's roots. Geez, when you see lightning in a hurricane, especially if it's in the eye wall, like Peak Milton was last year, you just know that maybe his message got cut off. I'm not sure. But I think he's saying you just know that it's intense. And yes, that's very true. You take one look at this thing and you know it's a monster. Matthew K. with a question. Advanced satellite techniques estimate this to be a Cat 4. Your thoughts? When I saw that convective explosion encircle the eye, I thought Cat 4. I thought Cat 4, and I'm kind of thinking Cat 4. Now, if that eye caves in now, for whatever reason, and if it is, we'll try to figure out what reason it's caving in for, if that's the case. But if it continues to spin like this, then yeah, I think this is a Category 4 right now. Officially, it's a Cat 3, so that's why it says Cat 3 underneath me. But I am kind of agreeing with the satellites right now. Matthew K., I think this is a low-end Category 4 hurricane. But we need confirmation. Or some sort of official upgrade. Oh, here shows roots. Okay, this is the second part of his other question. Okay. So he says that's reserved for some of the strongest tropical cyclones. A clear textbook example is what Erick is. Yep. Wow, lightning in the eye wall in the early loop. Anyways, I'd hate to be in direct landfall of that. Yeah, it's not going to be pretty for whoever does end up with this gamble. Whoever ends up getting the brunt of this storm, it's going to be ugly. That's for sure. Sebastian Ailman Lopez says it is going to be bad in southern Oaxaca. Yeah, Oaxaca. It's going to be bad in southern Oaxaca and eastern Guerrero, where many poor communities live. My thoughts are with my brothers on the southern Mexican coast. Thank you for that message, Sebastian. And yes, our thoughts are definitely. This is to the point. This is the kind of storm where you do have to start, just kind of sitting down and hoping that everyone's prepared, and that by a miracle everyone comes out of this okay. Again, wherever the direct landfall is, and even the direct landfall, that's not the end of the story or the extent of the impacts. We've talked a lot about the rainfall. That has been consistent. The NHC is still predicting a foot plus in some areas. So flooding is a concern. Mudslides are a concern. A lot of hilly terrain and topography. And Sebastian does make a great point, because there are many poor communities here in harm's way, and that means a lot of homes probably not necessarily built to withstand this sort of thing, maybe homes in a position that is prone to flooding or mudslides. If we go back to Hurricane Otis, which is a very relevant analog right now, if we go back to Hurricane Otis in 2023, even though most of the damage pictures that you saw that were reposted and went viral everywhere were of the urban areas of Acapulco, right? The beach side, the shoreline skyscrapers, and the luxury hotels being gutted, all their windows being broken, floors just whole floors, whole rooms literally cleaned out by Category 5 winds. Those are the images that went around everywhere. But if you actually look at what happened, it was the poorer, more kind of suburban, rural communities settled on the hills around Acapulco, around the Acapulco metropolitan area, that actually suffered the most complete destruction, because many homes there were not equipped to sustain anything like Category 5 winds or even close to that. And so that's where most of the damage in Acapulco occurred, even though most of the images we've seen and are put out there are of the urban areas, right, of the luxury hotels being gutted, and nothing to take away from that. That was definitely shocking. But it was actually the poorer communities there in and around Acapulco that suffered the most from that impact. Sebastian Ailman Lopez says, it's insane how this is the third year in a row that we have faced major hurricanes on the south coast of Mexico. Exactly. I can't believe we're doing this again. I mean, my jaw dropped when we did Hurricane John last year. And I think John came closer to Acapulco than maybe Erick will. But don't take my word for it. Like, who knows? We have to watch now. We have to nowcast. We have to look in the live detail where this storm is headed, where it's going, every little jog and movement. But yeah, this is crazy that for the third year in a row, this is the situation southern Mexico finds itself in. And southern Mexico, on the Pacific side, you must understand, if you don't know, does not get hit with major hurricanes very often. I'll refer you to Noah Berggren, who had a great post about this. Let me reload X here. He had a great post about this. And he says here, only 8 major hurricanes have ever hit southern Mexico on record. And the earliest was September 22nd, 2024. And that was, of course, John. So John was the earliest landfalling major hurricane in southern Mexico that we've ever seen. And then less than a year later, that record is now being shattered, because it's not like we're in August, okay? We are in June. It's not even July yet. So Erick is about to shatter the record, whether it attains Cat 4 or not, confirmed. He's about to shatter the record for the earliest landfalling major Pacific hurricane in southern Mexico. It's not even going to be close. So we're continuing to watch this breaking news situation. Estonia Weather points out the eye seems to be closing in for now. And we were observing that. So yes, indeed, the eye does kind of look a little cloud-filled now. So interesting. Was that a brief peak intensity? Or is this just part of the process? I don't know. Erick has been kind of a confusing storm here to kind of track structurally. So is this the end of the intensification? Will we see weakening from this point on? We can certainly hope so, although I can't imagine it's going to be rapid enough to matter. The NHC did put in their last advisory that further strengthening is possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. If indeed this is the end of the intensification phase, and I can't stress enough how that doesn't really matter that much. It shouldn't change your preparation plans. It shouldn't change your shelter plans right now if you are sheltering right now in southern Mexico because you're in the path of the storm, or you could be in the path of the storm. It just means that maybe we could avoid something really bad like a high-end Cat 4, a low-end Cat 4, or a high-end Cat 3 landfall. But it's not much, it's one of those situations where we're kind of grasping for straws at something to be like, oh, maybe this won't be quite as bad, but it's a pretty serious situation. It's a pretty serious situation. Whoa, that's interesting. Estonia Weather says there's been lots of damage already. Check L Universal MX for some photos. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, guys. Wait, is there damage already? I wonder if, let me check, like, where's the wind field right now? Approximately. Like, is this wind damage? So, based on the National Hurricane Center, the low-end tropical storm force winds are definitely on shore now. The high-end tropical storm force winds are just now touching. The hurricane force winds are still offshore, so wait a second, let me look this up. Is this flooding damage? Let me see. Hold on, guys, hold on. We might have damage. We might have damage from Hurricane Erick already in southern Mexico. This is not good, guys. Okay, I think this is... Okay, so what do we have here? Oh my goodness, God. Oh gosh. Okay, guys, breaking news. Breaking news right now. We have some pretty serious surge damage now ongoing in Puerto Escondido. Okay, Puerto Escondido, Mexico. The coastal city is suffering what looks to be severe coastal surge damage, okay? So I don't own the photos, so I can't show them on the live stream, but here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to repost it now to my X account. So if you want to see these photos, go to my X account here. Breaking news, guys. We have our first confirmed damage. Thank you to Estonia Weather for pointing this out. I just reposted it, and it looks like, I mean, what do we have here? It looks like really, really big time waves, guys. I mean, huge waves, and then looks like a coastal a building right on the beach is maybe being swept away. So, guys, check that out. I can't show it on stream because I don't own the photos, but I just reposted them on my X account at BackPerchCrew, so you can see them there. We have our first confirmed photo. I mean, maybe it's not the first. I don't know, but it's the first I know of. Our first confirmed damage photos from Hurricane Erick in Mexico. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, so Shudo Roots, I think he saw Estonia Weather's comment, and he saw him. He said, wow, damn. Yeah, you should check out those Erick damage photos, BackPerch, once you get the time. Okay, so that's what we're talking about right now. I've reposted them. So some of you guys have seen it already. Wow. Big time waves, damaging waves in Puerto Escondido. That is, so let's locate that. Let's get a frame of reference here. So here, that is right. I think that is. I want to make sure I'm not screwing this up. Yes. So, okay, so if we zoom in here, this is what's happening, right? So we zoom in here, Puerto Escondido, the city in Oaxaca, Mexico. Look at all these structures. Look at all these structures and streets and stuff and buildings and population sitting right on the ocean. So that is why we're seeing coastal wave damage out there. Because we have a lot of population and we have a lot of buildings right there on the beach. So big time waves hitting Puerto Escondido. Again, if you're just joining us, we have just received photos of some pretty serious wave-induced damage, big time waves in the city of Puerto Escondido, Mexico. And I'm going to show you here where that city is right now in relation to Erick, okay? So here's Puerto Escondido. That is the city. And the eye of Erick is just a little over 40 miles from that city. So not too surprising. Unfortunately, this is what we were expecting once we had a major hurricane this powerful. A storm like this is going to churn up massive waves, and now we have seen that cause damage near the coast. Again, the eye just over 40 miles from shore there, from that city. And you can see too the tropical storm force winds and certainly the thunderstorms, very intense there also over this entire region of Oaxaca. Really starting to come on shore now. All these grays and blacks and reds, these are intense thunderstorms, and that's going to continue to saturate the soil. This is the region, this whole coast right here. This is where the National Hurricane Center says we could see some pretty serious and worrying rainfall totals. And my goodness, what on earth is even happening with that convective burst? My goodness, that is really trying to dominate the scene here. Lionel W., I do not think Erick will be able to get much stronger than it currently is. The EWRC has luckily capped its intensity over the past few hours, unlike Otis, which didn't have any EWRC. Yeah, it's true. We could be seeing signs of that. We could be seeing Erick's intensity get capped right now because if you look at the eastern eye wall, so I don't know, maybe that was a brief repel of the EWRC, and now it's truly getting underway. Because as you can see, the eastern eye wall now, convection, after being so strong there, is actually weakening there now, and the eye is filling in. So looks like we might be done. Dare I say, we might be done with intensification for Erick here. Is that because of the EWRC or because he's getting a little close to getting a little frisky towards land? I don't know, but I mean, we can hope. Shooter's Root says, we will need another future loop to know what the cloud-filled eye will mean. If so, most likely weakening will thankfully occur. We think that might be happening now with that weakening of convection there on the eastern side. But remember, this is not something to let your guard down over, okay? This is still an extremely dangerous major hurricane. I don't know if it's going to collapse enough to not be a major hurricane by the time it makes landfall. And even if it does, even if it's strong category 2, dangerous winds, dangerous rain. We're already seeing some coastal damage pictures come in. Shooter's Roots ads look to me like surge damage, talking about those photos from Puerto Escondido. Shooter's Root says, do you or anyone know when the next advisory will be? So normally the next advisory would be in about 2 hours. unless they do an intermediate advisory, which seems less likely now, given that I thought maybe they would do an emergency intermediate advisory if that trend of organization, if that trend of Erick looking much more formidable all of a sudden out of nowhere continued, then I was thinking maybe we could have an emergency intermediate advisory. The satellite presentation as it looks now, as incredible as it is, this is not warranting like an emergency intermediate advisory, so I'd say in about 2 hours. Estonia Weather says lots of lightning in the blob and further expansion is likely. Yeah, it just keeps going. Well, guys, I think we've reached the point in our live coverage tonight where we are talking about the blob. We need to talk. Put down bets here. We got to talk bets. Who wins? Erick or the blob? Shooter's Root says, awesome, thanks for letting me know. No problem. But yeah, that's the true question now, guys. The immortal question. Who wins? The hurricane or the hurricane's tumifying blob? What is that? What is that rain band doing? Like, what is that convective burst doing? It's trying to overtake the whole circulation. It's not even spinning down there. I don't know what that is, to be perfectly honest with you. Estonia Weather says my lightning tracker app on my phone is showing over 500 lightning strikes for that blob within 15 minutes. Crazy. That is crazy. Considering that there's really no lightning in the eye wall and that there's all this lightning activity in this huge thunderstorm blob. The blob is trying to become its own hurricane. Watch out, or Erick might split in two. Just kidding, guys. Hurricanes cannot split in two. All right, so I'm gonna do probably an updated post here, as we're in a bit of a lull now, because a lull of intensification, at least, maybe a weakening trend, hopefully a weakening trend. We shall see. We shall see. Ooh, even now, look. Look. Even now it looks like a snarling evil face. Almost worse. Chat? Why is this so scary? Why is this storm so scary? You see what I'm looking at? Mouth. Eye. Ooh. That is creepy. That is truly creepy. That is truly creepy, guys. Okay. Shudo's Roots says, for a while there, with all the Pacific activity this month, I truly thought we were going to see a Fujiwara. Yeah, I know. We didn't see a Fujiwara effect out of all that, right? That was a major letdown. I thought for sure we were going to get a Fujiwara. Yeah, before Erick here in the East Pacific, we had Alvin, Barbara, Cosme, Delilah, all in rapid succession. That infrared satellite imagery right there is severely disturbing. Ooh. Yikes. Zero 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 asks westward jog. We did have a little bit of a western jog during the last advisory. Now 00000 says slightly. Yeah. So we did have a slight westward jog in the last advisory, and I think it was kind of like a canceling out sort of jog rather than a radical deviation that's like, oh my gosh. I think it just kind of canceled out the eastward jog we saw earlier, late in the afternoon and in the early evening. There was an eastern jog caused by the eyeball replacement cycle, and it appears as though the system has kind of corrected that and is now more or less on the path that the National Hurricane Center kind of predicted him to go. Estonia Weather says, found more damage caused by Erick, but in Acapulco this time. Oh, interesting. It was posted about an hour ago. Okay. So I'll check that out. Sounds like we have more damage pics coming in from Mexico. I'm not sure. I think maybe those damage pictures by that particular account, I think those might be from Otis. I think those might be old. I'm not sure though. I don't know. I'd have to see and try to confirm that if that's been caused by Erick. I think those might be from Otis because I'm not sure Acapulco's faced winds that severe yet. But I don't know. I'm not on the ground, so I don't know. Could be. Oh yeah. Sebastian. Yeah, so I think those images from that particular person are from Otis. Sebastian Ailman Lopez says, I'm in Acapulco right now. Nothing is happening here. It's not even raining yet. So for now, Acapulco appears to be in the clear. Things will get, in all likelihood, will get a little more rousty later on, several hours from now. But for the moment, Acapulco, all is calm in Acapulco. Sebastian Alman Lopez asked, what is your prediction for the rest of their hurricane season in the Pacific? Well, I think it's interesting because we've gotten off to this crazy start in the East Pacific with Erick already being the earliest E-named storm in history in the East Pacific Basin, and of course we had the flurry of activity before that. All of this has happened in a 3-week time period. Yet, the long-range models and the overall climatology would suggest a total below average hurricane season in the East Pacific this year. So I'm not sure. It's an interesting prediction, right? Because I think, what is Erick here kind of like a Hurricane Andrew situation? You've got a storm real early in the year, but then the rest of the season is just going to die out. I think that's possible. I'm certainly second guess. It certainly leads you to second guess those long range models a little bit, those seasonal predictions a little bit when I say, oh, the East Pacific's going to be below average, and then, well, this happens. That maybe we're going to have an above average or super active season in the EPAC. I don't know. I think I would lean towards, because of this, I think I would lean towards not necessarily below average, maybe slightly below average total. Maybe we have, or maybe it's like an average season in terms of total named storms, but it's kind of like a quantity over quality season where you don't have a lot of long track major hurricanes and you just have a lot of short-lived little tropical storms and occasional weak hurricanes, and Erick ultimately stands out as the big one. So that would be my informal prediction right here, is that a slightly below average, maybe a below average season in terms of accumulated cyclone energy, but maybe slightly below to perhaps average in terms of named storms. Shudo's Root says hopefully Acapulco gets spared from the worst, since they are still recovering from Otis. Yeah, we definitely don't want to see Acapulco get hit again, that's for sure. Not just because they're still recovering from Otis, but because that's such a huge city. It's the biggest city in this entire region. It's the biggest single tiny spot of land, population-wise, that you can hit as a hurricane on this side of Mexico, which is why Otis was so crazy that of all places, the worst case scenario came to fruition, and a tiny little jog here or there, the eye wall would have missed Acapulco, and they would have been, I don't want to say they would have been fine, but they wouldn't have suffered the extraordinary amount of destruction we saw them endure. But no, Otis came in, tiny storm, tiny core, tiny city, and somehow that core went directly over that city. A nightmare scenario, as the National Hurricane Center called it. Erick here does not elevate to that sort of level, right? This is not really a nightmare scenario, but it's a serious one, and it's a bad one overall. Whenever you have a major hurricane, anytime there's a Category 3 plus storm really hitting anywhere on Earth, it's usually like your awareness kind of goes up, like, this could be bad, except for maybe some super fortified. I think some super fortified places in Taiwan and the Philippines, they get hit so often they could shrug off some Category 3s like, what breeze? We go through this all the time. Shudo's Root says, I don't know where Erick is at in relation to Acapulco, though, since I don't have the technology you guys do. Well, here, I'll show you. I will show you now where he is in relation to Acapulco. So right here is the city of Acapulco. And you can actually kind of see where the buildings are at just on satellite imagery, even though it's kind of obscured by the infrared. So that's where all the population centers is. Here's the bay. Thank you for coming to my art class. So how many miles away is Erick? The eye of Erick. Take the edge here. Is approximately 190 miles southeast of Acapulco, Mexico right now. and for the future. Here was the latest cone we got an hour ago in relation to Acapulco. And for Acapulco, even though, remember guys, you still have tropical storm warnings and even on this side of the city, hurricane warnings. I'm not sure how exact that is, but you still have cyclonic warnings in effect for dangerous winds and potentially power outages and certainly rainfall. But based on this cone, it looks like the center of Erick, the forecast, the predicted track of Erick Center, has actually trended away from Acapulco lately. So that's good for them. Even though they're not like out of the clear, like, oh, okay, we can just go back to, business as usual. But the trend has been Acapulco's friend. And here you see again on Weather Nerds, you can really see how brief that Erick was looking scary. So that was a pretty brief but significant moment. Sometimes that happens with small storms like this, right? Not in a lot of inertia. And sometimes they fluctuate really rapidly up and down in intensity. So in the end, that eye was only cleared out for a handful of minutes. Could he have reached Cat 4 in that handful of minutes? I don't know. If he doesn't recover quickly here, I don't think, even if he was a Cat 4, I don't think we're going to officially get a Category 4 designation for this storm. So that will mean the only chance at us knowing for sure if this was Cat 4 or not, whether the satellite estimates were correct, it would be in post-season analysis many, many months from now. I mean, maybe he'll recover. I don't know. He's getting close to land, but I've said that a while now, and maybe it's not really affecting him quite yet. I don't know, guys. All right, let me... Let's get to some more comments here. Estonia Weather says, New satellite simulation came out, and it's still not calming down. Pressure is 933 millibars. That's based on satellite estimates. And Vmax 130 knots equal to 150 miles per hour. Thank you, Estonia Weather, for translating that, for translating those pesky knots into my native Texan metric of speed, the mile per hour. But more on the substance of that satellite estimate. What? Oh, 150? I don't know. That's a little aggressive. Maybe that satellite estimate is from. Maybe that satellite estimate is from when the convective structure got really crazy a second ago. I could buy that. Not right now. I mean, I don't think this is 150 miles per hour right now. But I think satellite estimates 933, 150 miles per hour. If it perceived that during that moment where the eye went all the way down to the ocean surface, yeah, I buy that. I'm not sure the pressure had enough time because it was a very brief peak possible peak intensity there. That looked like the peak intensity, as brief as it was. I'm not sure the pressure had enough time to go down to 933 millibars, but again, maybe. These small storms, man, they can go up and down really, really fast, and they're really, really volatile. Or volatile. Volatile. All right, Estonia Weather says, I'm seeing some inner eyewall convection on the east side. Is it not over yet? Let's go back to real time. Oh, hold your rain bands, folks. Hold your rain bands. So as this tumor-like convective blob continues to take over the southwestern quadrant of Erick, we have here a little bit of convection, like Estonia Weather said, kind of creeping up on the eastern side. We're watching you, Erick. That's kind of sus. So, I feel like we've done this maybe 4 times. We will see now if Erick recovers. His eye kind of filled in. It looked like convection on the eastern side was weakening, which it was. Common signs when a storm is starting to weaken from an EWRC, which we thought was completing, and then it looked like it was winning, and then it looked like it failed completely. Now it looks like then it looked like it was winning completely, the EWRC. And now, is it being fought back again? I don't know. But good catch, Estonia Weather. We are going to have to watch this closely. This is a very, very troublesome storm. Shuna's Root says, that was a great visual showcase to me, and I now feel a little better for Acapulco from all the forecast cones. Thank you. Still, the tropical storm force winds will cause power outages, sadly. No problem. And yeah, we still definitely could see some power outages in Acapulco. We've got it really zoomed in right now. We're trying to see what's happening here on the eastern quadrant, which has had a lot of action on it these last few hours. It's gone up, and it's gone down, it's gone up, it's gone down, and now maybe it's coming up again. I can show you a visual here of the difference in cloud top temperatures. So a moment ago there, you see that the cloud top temperatures were warming and were down to the low negative 80s in Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds comical, me saying, look, it warmed. And the temperatures are negative 80 Fahrenheit. But that is that was warmer than the surrounding cloud tops. But now we see, so now you see the difference from -80 to back to -106 and lower. Man, and also interesting there, look, a little bit more warming in the eye. You can see those lighter greens starting to peek out again. I don't know what this thing is doing. Chat, I don't know what oh, and there's a new frame. Look. And so the eye's clearing out again. God, chat, the eye is clearing out again. It's trying to he's not letting this go, chat. He's not letting this go. I've never seen a storm procrastinate and fight an eye wall replacement cycle so badly. He's trying it again, chat. The eye's clearing out again. Oh, man. The sunny weather clarifying estimates, not simulation. 7 a.m. and been up the whole time and affecting me a bit. LOL. Hey, Estonia weather, that is devotion. That is devotion. I think you said earlier you were, I mean, when this started, you've been up since, I mean, you might have, I think you've been up all night, right? Earlier you mentioned it was like 2 or 3 a.m. there in Estonia, and you were watching this, and now it's 7 a.m. there. Hey, I respect it. That's dedication. That's dedication. I don't know how long I'm going to be staying live into the night. I guess as long as it takes. Whether it turns out, I still have not changed my landfall countdown, and it's still at 6 hours and 40 minutes. Oh boy. Still at 6 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know if that's actually how long it's going to take, but until we get closer to landfall, I don't know how I'm going to accurately adjust that clock. So for now, that is the landfall clock still. We may very well be under 7 hours to landfall now. Shudo's roots, damn knots, my worst enemy. Oh gosh. Yeah. What are knots? What are knots? I use miles per hour. What knots are you talking about? Estonia weather says new recon should arrive to collect data from Erick in about 4 hours and 42 minutes. All right. Quite a ways away then from the next recon mission, but I think that clearly indicates that we are still a whiles away from landfall. If the NHC is gonna, because they're not gonna launch another recon mission if this was about to get on land. You know, they're not gonna investigate something that's already made landfall. In all likelihood. Thank you for the thumbs up, for the like. I see we got a like from YouTube. So if you're just joining us, I'm going to give you a quick recap as we pass an hour and 20 minutes since our second stream of our continued live coverage of Hurricane Erick as he approaches southern Mexico. And this is what we were seeing earlier, just an hour ago, in fact. So this is what has happened in the last hour. As you can see, Erick, after kind of looking a little bit swirly, looking a little bit vulnerable, like he was going through an eye wall replacement cycle, which he was to a certain extent. After kind of wobbling around, we had a huge, we had a big time convective burst that encircled the eye with much colder cloud tops than we have seen thus far, at that time and since. And for a very brief moment there, and you can see it right there, Erick was looking extremely formidable. Looked like Category 4 was just around the corner. Since then, there has been the pinhole eye, as you can see, they're also cleared out for the first time, fully cleared out to the ocean surface. Now, since then, we have seen some of that convection come down. It has weakened on the eastern quadrant, bringing us to what we're watching now. Which is if there's going to be another rebound or if we're pretty much done with intensification at this point. Because you see where there was an opening spot with the convection on the eastern quadrant, and now it's kind of getting filled in with new hot towers. I don't know what's going on. But that's what we're watching now. Sagar says, doesn't look like it will intensify more because of the land interaction disrupting the system. Failed EWRC was also the result of land interaction, which disrupted the outer convective band. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That sudden EWRC, which kind of felt like it came on prematurely because it felt like it started in the middle of rapid intensification, right when we thought Erick was really ramping up. And that is a good explanation, I think, for why that was kind of a sudden EWRC. Tracing back to the land interaction and those very tall Sierra Madre del Sur mountains we've been talking about. So we do, yeah, my bet would be probably done with intensification, but we shall see. Only time will truly tell. Shudo's Root says, oh boy, I meant sheer. Tonight, knots and now spelling is my worst enemy, lol. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got a new satellite frame coming into view here as we start to get into those late night hours. And I think I'm going to zoom back out again just to show the absolute absurdity of that convective blob. My goodness. I mean, that blob looks like it's going to overtake the entire hurricane. I don't think that's likely, but ooh, gosh. That is one massive convective blob. Kind of touching the eye wall now. So 3 minutes ago, if you go to Josh Morgerman at iCyclone on X, he's got a picture. It's just rainfall, right? But he's got a picture driving through rural Oaxaca, and he says rural Oaxaca, Mexico, just before 10 o'clock at night. Sometimes this is the loneliest sport in the world: hunting Hurricane Erick. So kind of an interesting picture, just of like an on the ground, situational thing of what's happening now. Some rain. you know, here is another interesting factoid. If Erick does hold on to major hurricane intensity into landfall, then not only will he surpass Hurricane John from last year as the earliest landfalling major hurricane in southern Mexico that we know of, he will also be the easternmost landfalling major Pacific hurricane on record. So quite a few records Erick would break if he's able to hold on to major hurricane intensity into landfall. I hope he's not able to do that, but we're just going to have to wait and see. So again, guys, it's important to remember that just because it does appear as though we have some slight weakening going on, even though it looks like Erick did attain a very brief peak intensity, probably as a Category 4, not officially, but probably a very brief peak intensity as a Category 4 moments ago. In fact, you can rewind to the beginning of this live stream, and that was the moment when, right before and right as we began this live stream, that was likely the moment where Hurricane Erick peaked, probably as a low-end Category 4 storm. My bet would be a low-end Category 4 storm, 130 mile per hour winds, pressure down in the 940s. That would be my bet. It was a very brief but powerful peak intensity, so you can go back. You can go back to the early part of this stream if you want to see what he looked like then. Since then, we've seen some pretty weird stuff go on here, because now you have this insane convective blob that's just kind of associated with a rain band blowing up in the southwestern quadrant, whereas the whole eastern side of the storm is suddenly kind of getting a little convectively shot. Not as impressive as it looked not long ago. Certainly, though, I don't think you can argue that full zoom out isn't something truly menacing. So we have to remember that just because it looks like peak intensity may have come and gone, that doesn't mean that we're still not staring down the barrel of something pretty darn serious here. because just the size of this thing and the intensity. It's going to do some pretty big damage wherever it comes ashore. And Oaxaca already has a problem with the rainfall. The rainfall is a big problem. As of the latest prediction here from the National Hurricane Center, not much has changed, pretty much showing the same kind of graphic. 12 with the peak accumulations where we could see the absolute worst rainfall, 12 to 16 inches along much of the coast, along much of the south and southwestern coast of Oaxaca. 12 to 16 inches to 300 to 400 millimeters. And that's a big deal because if we go here and we just kind of, so there's Puerto Escondido, but if we just kind of overview the area, the terrain that some of this 12 to 16 inches could fall on. As you can see, look at all these towns and villages here. We have a lot of communities potentially in harm's way. And so you can just see how jagged these mountains and these slopes are. I mean, look at that. And it's these rivers, these basically full-blown rainforest rivers, right? These rivers winding through these rainforests of southern Mexico. It's these rivers that could really blow up and start to flood areas downstream. So look at how many waterways you've got. Look at how many slopes you've got. So let me reorient myself. So this is all of this terrain with all of these labels. These are all little communities, right? I mean, you take a look at a community like this. I mean, if a community like this gets hit with just a single mudslide, statistically that doesn't happen, and it's not very likely to happen even if we do get 12 plus inches of rain for any one specific community. But the problem is if you just get one mudslide on a community like this and boom, that's like could be 15 plus fatalities, and you have this whole little section just wiped out. Now, I'm not saying that this specific community here, Chalapa, I'm not saying you're especially prone to a mudslide. I was just using that as an example. But yeah, I mean, you just scroll through, look at this terrain. This is really the story for me. And I want to be super vigilant on this inland rainfall issue because some of the most catastrophic tropical cyclones around the world that we've seen over the last couple of years, they weren't really surge disasters, they weren't wind disasters, and we've had our fair share of them. But some of the worst tropical cyclones lately have been inland rainfall events, inland rain disasters. Helene, Freddie, Yagi, Daniel, just the list keeps going. And that has been a very Idai in 2019. A lot of storms that have caused a lot of bad damage with inland rainfall. And when you see all these, because even if we get down to some of these lower elevations, you're still looking at steep topography, all sorts of areas that can become violent mud flows, all sorts of rivers that can burst their banks and start flooding places. So this is to be taken really seriously, and I am concerned about the rainfall. There's no doubt about it. Fortunately, we're not going to see as extreme of rainfall as we saw with John, because John kind of stalled out, moved erratically, came off on shore. It was a whole mess. In fact, I'll show them to you here. So here on the archives, as you can see, you set this to hurricanes. This is what this is set to, hurricanes in the month of June in the East Pacific. Already not many examples. and of course, no major hurricanes. So if Erick holds on to that major hurricane intensity, there are going to be a ton of records he's going to be breaking when he comes ashore. If he holds on to Cat 3. So here we see the track of Hurricane John, the devastating rainfall event that occurred in and around Acapulco last year, less than a year after, or exactly 11 months after Hurricane Otis came in and absolutely devastated the city of Acapulco, just completely destroyed the whole city. So there's Acapulco with the extreme population density. You know what? Instead of showing you John, let me show you Otis first. Mr. Peach asks, did you just create this channel 2 days ago? Yes, I did. On YouTube, I created the YouTube channel for Back Perch Weather 2 days ago. This is our second live stream of 2025. We did one earlier for a couple hours, so this is this is the first storm we've live streamed so far in 2025, and we're gonna keep doing these. You know, anytime there's a big time storm like this, right, a major hurricane coming in either on the Atlantic or Pacific side, we're going to host live coverage of that storm as he or she comes into landfall. And also, we kind of track tropical cyclones globally. So we're also going to do live streams if there's like a typhoon hitting the Philippines, right? A powerful typhoon hitting the Philippines or Japan or Taiwan. We're going to cover cyclones hitting Australia, India, Africa, anywhere in the world. So let me take you down the story of what has been happening here in this part of the Pacific Ocean the last 3 years, and it is really, really mind-boggling. So here's Hurricane Otis. The historic Otis, October 25th, 2023, a fateful day for Acapulco, a nightmare scenario. In 24 hours, Otis intensified from a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm to let me see here. So wait, right here. Yeah, so in 24 hours, Otis went from a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm to a 165-mile-per-hour Category 5 hurricane. Absolutely unprecedented. I believe that intensification rate was the third fastest all time in history. But I might be wrong on that. I think Otis was the third fastest in 24 hours in world history. But I've always kind of pegged him as kind of a de facto number one for this reason. Because the other storms that have intensified technically faster than Otis, right? The storms that have had a bigger pressure drop and a bigger wind increase than Otis in a 24-hour period, those were storms that started explosively intensifying at around the 80-mile-per-hour, 90-mile-per-hour, 100-mile-per-hour threshold. Now, that's usually when we see rapid intensification ensue. Now, for these top dog storms, it was those huge 24-hour intensification numbers were because they went from like 80 to 190, right? A high in Category 5 in 24 hours. But Otis kind of is different for me. And I'll tell you why. Because an 80 mile per hour, 90 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane is completely different than a 50 mile per hour tropical storm. A 50 mile per hour tropical storm, most of the time, does not have a super defined eye wall. It's still a young storm. It hasn't grown very much. It's not very mature. It doesn't have the structures in place. It's not very well organized usually. The low-level center oftentimes is kind of decoupled or slanted away from the mid-level center. Convection usually displaced off the actual core of low pressure, right? The low pressure area. So a 50 mile per hour tropical storm, which is kind of like a really a low end minimum type tropical storm, that's not the same as a high end Category 1 or low end Category 2 hurricane. That is completely different. So in my mind, I've always kind of held Otis as a de facto number one for really one of the world's fastest intensifying cyclones, because he went from literally nothing. I mean, 50 mile per hour tropical storm, that's literally nothing, to an absolute perfect buzzsaw Category 5. And so there's a comment here by Sager. I'm gonna come back to this comment in a minute when I go back to Hurricane John. Here's a comment from Mr. Peach. Yeah, second fastest behind Patricia. And here's another one saying you also have to factor in how compact Otis was. Well, that's exactly, but that's what enabled the explosive intensification. That was a big factor, was how compact and small Hurricane Otis was. That's how you get explosive intensification. You need really compact, small storms. Otis, it happened with Otis. It happened with Milton last year. And then earlier this year, you may not have heard of these storms because they kind of went under the radar. They didn't have big, severe land impacts. But we had 2 storms down near Australia that were compact. They had pinhole eyes. And there was Zalia in February, and she became a high-end Category 4. Very similar hyper intensification within 24 hours, crazy stuff. And then Cyclone Errol, and he became a Category 5, the first and so far only Category 5 tropical cyclone of 2025. So yeah, compact cyclones are the ones that have the most explosive intensification. Yeah, Errol. Errol was is the strongest storm so far this year, I believe. But yeah, Errol was a crazy storm. And compact, much like Otis. So here's the track of Hurricane Otis, and this is why he's referred to as the ultimate worst case scenario. And it really is. Not even just for the East Pacific or for Acapulco in particular. We hadn't seen something like this, right? A Category 5 cyclone making landfall in a metropolitan area directly. We had not seen that since, maybe you could argue, Hurricane Andrew in 1992. But even Andrew did not hit, the eye wall of Andrew did not hit downtown Miami, right? It kind of went through a homestead. And so yeah, like, I don't know if there is really another good example that's comparable to Otis, where a Category 5 eye wall, worst of the worst case scenario, literally went over a metropolitan city. Because Acapulco's population is like 850,000. Right? So crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And here you can see it. Now, Otis, he did not stop intensifying. I mean, he really got frisky with land before he stopped intensifying. So here you see peak intensity down here at 922 millibars and 165 miles per hour. And then as he got closer to land, weakened slightly to 924. And then weakened down to 929, 160 miles per hour when he made landfall. But look at that track. It doesn't get worse than that, folks. Sebastian Alman Lopez asked Katrina Okay, I'll go to Katrina in a second. I will show you that. That's a good question, and I'll show you that in just a second as I finish this. So before I get to Katrina, here in 2023, we had Otis. Absolute worst case scenario, goes right over Acapulco. Catastrophic wind damage. The whole city is just really decimated. Then a year later, 11 months later, we have John. Now John comes in and unbelievably does something, and here's where I'll come back to Sagar's comment. Stalling hurricanes are always deadly, plus rough terrain is a nightmare. John almost pulled off a similarly impressive feat as Otis did, just 11 months later, and almost the exact same. I mean, this is pretty much the exact same location, right? This is the exact same stretch of seawater. So what John did, he didn't go to Cat 5. No. But what John did, so when I was talking, remember I was talking about Otis going from a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm to a Cat 5 is super crazy because a tropical storm is hardly organized. You know, how do you even start rapidly intensifying? Because tropical storms are so rudimentary, right? They don't have the structure in place usually to rapidly intensify. Well, John took that theory even more extreme. Okay, John, he rapidly intensified from a tropical depression to a Category 3 major hurricane, which is actually not shown. It's right there. To a Category 3 major hurricane in 24 hours. So again, and John was compact, right? And that's what led to it. But it's just such craziness that we had these two storms happen within 11 months of each other. Otis going from a tropical storm to a Cat 5, and John going from a tropical depression. I mean, a tropical depression is really, I mean, there's almost nothing there, right? I mean, tropical depressions are just, they're literally depressions. You know, that name is to be taken literally sometimes. So that was incredibly impressive and unfortunate. Now, when John made landfall, he did so in a little bit more sparsely populated area. So the wind damage wasn't the story with him. With him, it was the fact that, okay, so then he also kind of went directly over Acapulco. Not officially, but the eye wall did after weakening a little bit. So Acapulco did get some pretty strong winds from John. It was this subsequent craziness. So John comes in here. He actually dissipates. He dissipates completely. The NHC stops issuing advisories on him. And then all of a sudden, part of his vorticity, like a zombified remnant of his vorticity, comes off back out into the Pacific Ocean, regenerates. Okay, so John becomes a zombie storm and then moves really, really, really slowly, starts dumping huge amounts of rainfall over Acapulco surrounding areas. 30 plus inches, big time flooding, big time mudslides. And then he actually rapidly intensified a second time. Technically, I think that met the criteria when he went from here to here. I think that met the criteria for rapid intensification again before finally petering out. So now I bring us to present, and we have this beast in almost the exact same area, not doing that extreme kind of going from nothing to a major hurricane that Otis and John did, right? So that's where the similarities end. But still, we've seen rapid intensification today. It wasn't super extreme. I wouldn't consider it explosive, right? But it was pretty robust. It was pretty crazy. We woke up to a Cat 1, and now we had a pretty powerful and certainly impressive Cat 3. And so it's just been a really crazy day. So there's some comments I got to get to here. So Sebastian Elman Lopez asked Katrina when I was talking about Otis hitting a major city as a Category 5. So Katrina was an interesting case because we thought at the time that Katrina was actually going to make landfall at her 175 mile per hour peak intensity directly over the city of New Orleans. Now, there's a really spooky, scary public alert message that was issued by one of the, I think it was one of the NWS offices, although I'm forgetting, in Louisiana, and it was like apocalyptic. Okay, like this message, they thought that if Katrina, and remember, Katrina was no Otis. Okay, you're like saying, wait, I thought Otis was super powerful. Yes, he was, and super compact. Okay, Katrina was huge. Okay, so imagine Otis, guys, right? Imagine Otis, but even stronger and like 5 times bigger. Okay, that was Katrina. That was Katrina. So Katrina comes in, and they're thinking, the thinking at the time was, oh my goodness, if Katrina, if she comes in as a Cat 5, and there wasn't much time, but by the time she hit her peak intensity, there was hardly a day left before landfall. So there was this really scary EMS message that went out that talked about like skyscrapers, like downtown skyscrapers in New Orleans collapsing from the winds. Like, I kid you not, I'm not making this up. It's real. Like, you can look it up. And I'm gonna post it later this year, because this year is the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. That'll be later in August. But yeah, like, I'm not making this up. Like, they actually thought that if Katrina made landfall at peak intensity, she was going to be potentially knocking over skyscrapers in downtown New Orleans. Like, that's how serious the situation was. So that did not end up happening, though, because at the last minute, despite her large size, Katrina rapidly weakened before landfall and came in as a Category 3, and also not a terribly strong Category 3 either, because dry air was really eating away at her convection and at her eye wall. So kind of like a dry Hurricane Katrina was coming in. So did she cause major damage to a metropolitan area? Yes, absolutely. But 99% of that, 99% of that damage was through storm surge, because you had the catastrophic levee failures everywhere throughout New Orleans. Lake Pontchartrain overflowed. So Katrina was a surge disaster for New Orleans, right? Filled the entire city up with water. Otis, and she did that even though she weakened to a Cat 3. Katrina was so huge, right? And she had been a Cat 5 only a few hours beforehand, right? So it's not like she had a lot of time to lose a lot of that energy. So Katrina, despite weakening to a Cat 3, was so huge that she was able to push the largest storm surge in United States history into Mississippi, and then ultimately through the levees and into New Orleans. But Katrina, she devastated a major metropolitan city with storm surge. Whereas Otis actually didn't have very much storm surge in Acapulco at all, for a couple reasons. One, because he was small, right? Small hurricanes don't push big storm surges, even powerful ones, right? Size really does matter with a hurricane when it comes to storm surge. And also, he hadn't been in the ocean long. It's going to sound funky, but the duration of time a hurricane's out at sea, kind of collecting this inertia of water beneath it, like, that actually does count towards how bad the storm surge may or may not be. So storms that like pop up super quick, like compact storms that pop up and explosively intensify and make landfall within 1-2 days, those usually don't push big time storm surges, because they're not just because they're small, but because they haven't had time to really collect a lot of inertial seawater beneath them. And then a third factor came into play there with Otis, why he didn't have much surge in Acapulco, is because the continental shelf over there on the East Pacific side is pretty steep, whereas in the Gulf, where Katrina made landfall, it's very flat and surge vulnerable. The Pacific coastline of Mexico is not very surge vulnerable at all. So all these factors actually had Otis not having much surge damage at all. His damage was almost exclusively wind damage, right? So that's the difference between Otis and Katrina. Both devastated major metropolitan cities, but they did it in much different ways. Mr. Peach comments, it is actually and he's referring to Cyclone Errol earlier this year near Australia, is actually the strongest of this year. It was outrageously underestimated. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people, they think that they peaked Errol at 160 miles per hour. A lot of people think Errol was closer to 175 miles per hour. Crazy storm, crazy powerful storm. Compact, super circular, panel eye, looked really freaky. It was almost annular. It didn't have many rain bands at all. It was almost a perfect circle. Sagar comments, looks like current system, so let's go back to Erick, is getting healthier with some convection slowly wrapping around the eyeball. Yeah, we do have some more convective activity in the eyeball surrounding the eye. It's not super robust like we saw earlier, but basically we're not seeing a full-blown like meltdown. Like Erick is not completely collapsing or anything like that. I think he's feeling the effects of the terrain. In all honesty, I think he's feeling the effects of the terrain because it's just so extreme. But he's not falling apart yet. We can hope he'll fall apart, but he's not falling apart yet. Sebastian Alman Lopez with a cool comment says, during John, half of this was severe. I watched it in real time and the aftermath, but I haven't since then seen like any pictures or videos of that. So thank you for informing me of that, because I think that really speaks to the severity of John and Acapulco, and I think a lot of people, maybe even including me, and I track these things all the time, how severe the flooding was from John. I mean, it was a really big storm. It was a really big deal. Major freshwater flooding. Mr. Peach says Katrina was worst case scenario with a weakening surge bringing in a Cat 5 like storm surge along the Gulf Coast. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, just because Katrina had weakened off of her Cat 5 intensity, it was so soon. It didn't matter with the wind damage. Oh, absolutely, right? If she had come in as a Cat 5, the wind damage would have been orders of magnitude worse. But because the weakening happened so soon before landfall, right? It wasn't days beforehand. There was still so much leftover energy and inertia in Katrina's circulation. She was still so huge that even though she was kind of a weak Category 3 wind-wise, ended up pushing this monument, like just this unfathomable 28-foot storm surge. Highest all time in the United States. And it wasn't just in New Orleans. It was in Mississippi too. In fact, Mississippi is where some of the highest surge totals were actually recorded. New Orleans went underwater a little bit more passively because the levees broke and it kind of slowly filled the city up. Now, it was still a disaster, don't get me wrong. But in Mississippi, the story was different because the surge came in like big, violent tidal waves that just completely wiped. Like, if you look at the damage pictures of Katrina, like it's crazy. It is so crazy. Mr. Peach says, also, even if Katrina made landfall at its peak intensity, wouldn't have knocked over skyscrapers, LOL. Yeah, I'm dubious of, I'm skeptical of that too, but that is what the EMS alert says. That's what it said. I think the official wording was, skyscrapers may sway dangerously, some until the point of collapse. Maybe I'll look it up here. But I swear that's what it said. I don't think that would have happened, no, but I think you'd need like a super typhoon Haiyan, honestly, to get something like that where skyscrapers would actually start collapsing. But hey, I just report the news, man, and that's what the alert said. Sagar comments, oh my god. That convection blooming in the southwest quadrant is cloud top temperatures of around -90 Celsius. It's absurd, guys. That is, I mean, what is even happening? What is this? Oh, this is really bad with a mouse. You know what? I'm going to start over. This is really I need a mouse. This is really hard with an Apple trackpad. I haven't practiced this. Okay, what? This is so bad. Mr. Peach comments that huge blob is so strange to me. I've seen my fair share of blobs, chat. I've seen my fair share of convective blobs with hurricanes like this, but but I'm not sure quite like this. I mean, it's fully embedded in the hurricane circulation and it's like taking it over. This is a cancerous convective blob. That is the best way I can put this. Mr. Peach, it was also pretty funny when the blob looked like a middle finger. LOL. Oh, it's that time of the it's that point at night. We've gotten to that point where we are staring at the blob, honestly, more than we are the hurricane's actual eyeball and eye. Yep. That blob just maxing out the infrared temperature scale. Man. All right, well, while we watch the blob, let's zoom back in on the actual impacts here as Erick continues to really creep towards landfall. Kind of an interesting Helene and Milton last year, some of those storms that made landfall that I live streamed for, they were kind of coming in fast. Helene was coming in very fast. And then Milton also was moving at average to slightly above average speed. So they got their landfalls over pretty quickly. Erick here, though, he is really drawing this thing out. He is really drawing this thing out. All right, let me check as we let's see here. So we are now under an hour away from the next advisory. So let's see what the National Hurricane Center says. Based on the storm's appearance now, I can't imagine that they're going to upgrade to Cat 4. I haven't seen the NHC say, hey, by the way, a couple hours ago it was a Cat 4 for like maybe 10 minutes, so we're going to call it a Cat 4 now, because that might spark unnecessary, fear, I guess, because I don't think it's a Cat 4 now. But so the next advisory, I think, is more of a position thing. But I would like to know what the NHC thinks, like how strong Erick still is. So we are now less than an hour away from that. Let me check in on what we got going here. Josh Morgerman 7 minutes ago reporting that this is a tough chase for him, as he expected. huge credit to storm chasers who actually fly out to pretty, because this is pretty rugged. This is pretty rough stuff. It's pretty rugged terrain, and anytime you have mountain roads and trees and floodwaters and hurricanes coming in, that never makes for super easy travel. So huge credit to some of those extreme hurricane chasers that go out there and kind of navigate a labyrinth of, because you see this often too with I would say something similar is Taiwan. You know, not that I've been, but I've seen the storm chasers go to Taiwan every now and then, and it gets rough, you know, navigating those mountain roads. And I imagine Oaxaca might be a little bit similar to that. So how close is the eye from shore? The eye is definitely now feeling the effects of terrain. So I think it's safe to say we are out of peak intensity safely at this point. And now, because there appears to be another trochoidal wobble, and by the way, A's in the chat if trochoidal is not the best word in the dictionary. I'm just kidding. I don't know what A's in the chat means. That might mean something terrible. Never mind. I don't know. Anyway. So how far are we? Yo. So now we are under 40 miles here for the first time. Hurricane Erick nearing landfall here. Yeah, we might see landfall sooner than 5 hours, 48 minutes. I'm going to change that clock, guys. I'm going to change that clock. And I'm just going to wait for the intermediate advisory to confirm that. I'm kind of guessing at this point because we're not getting... Like, if this was in the Atlantic, we would be getting more hourly position updates. And I could judge the landfall clock, the landfall countdown a little bit better. Because right now, I'm just guessing. I mean, with this wobble right here, though, I mean, this looks like landfall could be a lot sooner, maybe. I thought maybe landfall is going to be in the middle of the night, but maybe not. You know, I'm just going to, let's see here. I'll just be conservative here and let's say, I don't know. Let's reduce the time there to just under 3 hours. That could be completely wrong. I'll extend the time if I need to. But all of a sudden here, there's a wobble going on. And so now maybe we can start to dissect here exactly where this system is going to make landfall. Because all of a sudden it's getting close now. We're starting to see, honestly, what's kind of left of the CDO is really deteriorated, the central dense overcast now, because of the interaction with the terrain. So, but this ragged remnant, this ragged but still very powerful remnant of the central dense overcast is coming on shore now. We kind of saw that a little bit earlier down here. And since then, Erick has kind of moved like this. So, oh, and look at these. Look at this intense band. Look at that. Intense band, guys. Intense band of convection, likely with pretty substantial gusts, coming into Oaxaca, Mexico now. We're about to, just offshore. So I bet when that reaches shore, that's probably going to be some wild conditions. Not major hurricane force winds yet, but ooh, Sagar with an interesting comment. And by the way, thank you everyone for sticking with us here as we go past midnight Central Time, midnight my time. And now that I see that, let me here. Hold with me. I think my clock has gotten a little off center. Okay. So it's now past midnight here in South Texas where we are streaming from. And we're glad that y'all are sticking with us here for our live coverage here because we are going to be watching this through Landfall. So Sagar with an interesting comment. Probably the south-southwest quadrant is getting least impacted by the land interaction, so thunderstorms finding it easier to sustain there. That's an interesting theory. Yeah, like, is that... I gotta believe at this point, and just look at this satellite imagery, it's still pretty insane. I gotta believe that that's a... I don't know, maybe that's a possibility. That somehow the mountains are causing a physical reaction throughout the entire circulation to spur on these ridiculous thunderstorm complex on the south-southwest quadrant. And if we really zoom in here, look at the gravity waves. Well, are those gravity waves? I'm not sure. But these are... But look at the roiling... I forgot that that's not really the main CDO, but nevertheless, semantics. Look at the roiling nature of that convective blob. Wow. Look at that. That is both beautiful and terrifying. I would also, I would honestly like to know, like, what the conditions are like underneath that convective blob as much as I'm interested to see what the eye wall's holding. But that is just like, that right there looks like, that looks like liquid mercury. That looks like liquid mercury rippling. Rippling on a hard surface. Wow. What a funky satellite image this has evolved into. I mean, this is weird, right? I mean, is it just me or is this weird? I mean, you've got like the core of the storm here, right? Here are the strongest winds. Here's the eye wall, right? So here you have the core of strongest winds, and then you have this massive domineering presence of a blob. And, you know, if someone didn't obsessively watch hurricanes, if someone didn't know about hurricane structure, then they'd probably be like, what is happening? Is there a second hurricane inside the hurricane? Zagar says, kind of reminds me of Milton where a strong blob of thunderstorms developed ahead of the hurricane. Oh yes, I remember that. That was crazy. Because that blob, like Milton's blob, stuck around for like a really long time. And yeah, it was kind of like leading Milton. It looked like that blob was leading Milton ahead, like with a leash or something, like with an invisible leash. You know, I wonder if I could get a photo of that, But yeah, that's what I thought of too, the Milton blob. But again, like I've seen that too, and if you look at John, well, John had a blob too. John had a blob. He did. There was the circulation down near Acapulco, and then way to the northwest, there was a huge blob, and it actually was almost it was almost, I think, bigger than John himself. But again, blobs that are kind of loosely associated with the hurricane, like revolving around the outside of the main circulation, like I've seen that. I've seen that plenty of times. So I would think it was interesting. I've always thought that was interesting. But I wouldn't think it was as weird as this. Like, this is weird because the blob is not outside of the hurricane, like it's in the hurricane, and it's like taking it over. Okay, so guys, I got a video here from El Universal MX, which is a reliable source. It's a video of fishermen securing their boats in Puerto Escondido. Oh, wow. Big wave. Puerto Escondido has definitely been getting big waves. Then we've got another video here. So I'm going to repost a video here on my X account at Backperch Crew of... Here, let me see here. Looks like more coastal storm surge from Puerto Escondido. The city, all the footage I've seen so far of impacts has come from Puerto Escondido, where it looks like huge waves. Huge waves and coastal storm surge. Hold on. Hang with me, guys. I believe this is a video from Erick. You know, you got to be careful with some of these because people start passing around videos of old hurricanes and you don't want to. But I believe this is a video from Erick. But I'm just trying to confirm that. Yeah, so I think this is a collection of videos from Puerto Escondido. Yeah, guys, so I just reposted on my X account at Backperch Crew. Looks to be some more video of coastal surge and impacts from Puerto Escondido, port city in Oaxaca. And these videos look like they were confirmed by Sky Alert Storm, and they are a reliable source. Yeah, a lot of video coming out of Puerto Escondido. Seeing a lot of video coming out of there. Oh, you know what? Let me. Something. Thank you, everyone, for continuing to tune into our live coverage of Hurricane Erick as he inches ever closer to landfall in Oaxaca, Mexico. And now, in less than half an hour from now, we should get the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So we're going to stay live here with you through landfall. Oh, kind of blocking it there. So we've kind of been watching the eye wall itself here. Well, that's too big. That's the core of the storm. The eye wall right here, the core of strongest winds, that's where it is. We're about to look at where it's coming in at. We're also taking a look at this blob, which is not part of the storm's strongest winds. But actually, if you think about it, I mean, that blob could really contribute to the potential for flooding rainfall, which here has been highlighted by the National Hurricane Center as being a dangerous quantity. You can see widespread 12 to 16 inches, 340 millimeters all across the Oaxaca coast, possibly even into southeast Guerrero. And then even more widespread totals, 4 to 6 inches, 6 to 8 inches, 8 to 12. That's a lot of rain. That is a lot of rainfall coming in right now to southern Mexico. Again, it's not going to be like John, where we had 30 plus inches, right? You don't see any pink areas there. That's because Erick is not going to stall out or meander around or behave erratically. He's going to come in, he's going to hit hard, and then he's going to move on. So this next official advisory from the National Hurricane Center, hopefully going to tell us a new position update. And it continues to be a bit of a struggle here. Estimating exactly when Erick is going to make landfall. So let's real quick look at which areas could be facing some of the worst conditions here, as this, we can see here an intense rain band coming on shore right now. You can see the pink cloud tops there. So if we go back to the National Hurricane Center cone, we have got a predicted landfall here in southwest Oaxaca, Mexico. If we go back over here, that predicted landfall location coincides about roughly here or here. So that's where we're watching right now. So we could see a landfall like this, maybe like this, or maybe it could be delayed a long time, and that's how long it takes the eye to come ashore. But we're also watching for when the eye wall hits land, because that is the area of most intense wind in the storm. So we won't officially have landfall until the eye comes across, but the strongest winds are in the eye wall. And as a reminder, if Erick is able to hold on to Category 3 intensity as of the last advisory, he is a high-end Category 3 hurricane with 125 mile per hour sustained winds and a minimum pressure of 950 millibars. It's possible that Erick briefly peaked at a stronger intensity, possibly Cat 4, but we're not going to know for sure on that one, probably. And those couple blue lines, those are the most likely list of landfall trajectories that we're now considering at this point in time. And so what does that look like? Well, we've discussed the topography and we've looked at it up close, how problematic it is for rainfall and potential mudslides in Oaxaca. Very harsh terrain here. Very rough stuff. But if we kind of roughly sync up these maps, then we see a potential landfall coming in right around here. Right? Do I have that right? Yeah. Maybe even sooner here. So we're trying to pinpoint this. So as of the last NHC forecast cone, we could see a landfall here in the Chakawa Lagunas area. Laguna Chakawa. So here's Laguna State Chakawa. And let's zoom in. So what is in potentially harm's way here of a direct landfall? This area would be here. So on radar scope, this is where we're looking for potential landfall. Which is potentially 35 miles away. But perhaps a little bit later, if Erick shifts to the west. So we'll zoom in on that. But if we really come in here at the potential landfall zone, again, here's the cone. And here's where that track, that center track, so that's going potentially straight through here. So we look here, we do have communities here. Potentially in the path of a direct hit from a major hurricane. You can see it looks like we have, I don't know, maybe these are cottages. Cottage-like homes here. I actually can't tell what these are. If this is, looks like maybe a resort. Oh, those are straw cottages. That's not good. That's not good. Some beach clubs. Dharma cabanas and camping. A restaurant. So yeah, it looks like a lot of little cottages. Little hotels, kind of cottage-based hotels. There you can see Hurricane Erick, Pacific Ocean, updated an hour ago. I hope everyone here, I certainly hope everyone here is evacuated. If they've been ordered to. Probably be a good idea to leave it, regardless. So scanning this coastline again, this is potentially where we could see the direct landfall, where we could potentially see the eye come ashore. Getting a little denser here. Again, a lot of hotels. I'm seeing a lot of hotels, a lot of restaurants, a lot of seaside stuff. So this looks like a resort area. Looks like we got a bit of a pier here. Cabanas, restaurants, a lot of restaurants. This area here could be vulnerable to storm surge. Especially these resort areas I would think especially vulnerable to storm surge, right? So we also have to go down here because based on that cone track, and again, that's subject to change for sure, right? We're watching. What we're looking at right here, so let me zoom out a little bit more then. Okay, so what we're looking at here with this little hook out, that is this stretch of coastline. And I don't know, maybe if Erick does make landfall here, it will be sooner. I maybe he needs an eastward jog to do that though, because I don't know. It's kind of difficult to see. If he continues going this way, then landfall is going to take probably a couple hours longer based on how slowly he's moving. But so that intense rain band that we highlighted earlier just went through this area. Just lashed this area, guys. This is potential landfall zone. 30 miles from the eye now. Just over 30 miles. And this is that zone. This is what this coastline looks like. We're giving you the super zoom in. This could be vulnerable to storm surge for sure, especially since they have water. This is a barrier island-ish type area. They have water on both sides of them. That means the winds can push water over this thin strip of sand on either sides. That's not good. Again, a lot of little resorts. A lot of cabanas. I mean, what is this? I mean, this is a guest house. I mean, look at this thing. This is quite literally a hut guest house with a thatched roof. So, I mean, I don't expect that there'd be anyone in buildings like that right now. I mean, these are not permanent settlements. Again, these are like guest houses and resorts and stuff. We're continuing to the east of the eye wall because this is possibly where the biggest storm surge would be if Erick makes landfall here. This right here, this is a fishing pier. Wildlife refuge though overall, nothing here, so that's good. But we do have more population centers here. Could be vulnerable to storm surge on the eastern side of the storm. Hopefully not too much. Hopefully Erick doesn't have such an enormous storm surge that these homes are like wiped out or something, or that these restaurants, this community right here, this beachside, seaside community isn't like wiped out or anything like that. I don't think anything is going to truly get wiped out by storm surge. But again, who knows? This is a breaking news situation. Let's see if we have the new advisory. Not yet. So still waiting on the new advisory. It's going to come in any minute now. We're going to continue to scan this potential landfall area now that we're getting a little bit closer, now that we're locking in a little bit more. All these homes could be subjected to wind damage. By the time we get over here, surge could still be a problem, but this looks pretty remote. Because again, here's the cone. And here's that center track. But of course, we have got hurricane warnings all up and down the coast, and as this cone implies, we could see a landfall well to the northwest of where this black line is. But just going by this black line, right, if Erick were to take this black line here in the upcoming hours, this is what it would look like. This would be ground zero for Hurricane Erick. So not the best situation for many, I would imagine, restaurant owners and cabana owners, these little hotels and stuff, these kind of quaint seaside things. This is actually a pretty cool area. Looks like maybe a cool vacation. If there's not a major hurricane staring you down, it's a cool vacation. But yeah, so a lot of kind of artistic stuff, thatched roofs, I'm feeling the island vibes. I'm definitely feeling the Caribbean vibe. Well, I say Caribbean. This is the Pacific side of this is the Pacific coast of Mexico. That is not the Caribbean, but very tropical. Oops. Looks like some nice restaurants. And again, this place could be vulnerable to storm surge. Surge is a threat, as usually is the case with major hurricanes, and Erick is no exception. Do we think that storm surge is going to be the biggest factor? Probably not, but who knows? And so far, all the damage that we've seen so far, the videos and photos that have come out of Puerto Escondido, they are surge-induced. They are waves and surge crashing against buildings and boats and coastal sediments in that city. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh my God! Breaking now! Oh my gosh, guys! Breaking news! Hold on. Hold on. Breaking news! Oh my gosh, guys! Huge breaking news. Guys, huge breaking news. Hold on. Hold on. I cannot believe this, guys. This is completely unexpected, guys. Breaking news. Hold on. I cannot believe this. Hold on, guys. Major breaking news right now. Oh my gosh, guys. Holy cow. Okay, guys. Breaking news. Breaking news. We now have a Category 4 hurricane. Hurricane Erick now has, hold on, now has sustained winds of 145. I can't believe I'm reading this. 145 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 939 millibars. Oh my gosh, guys. Guys, we have just had a catastrophic advisory from the National Hurricane Center. The National Hurricane Center has just upgraded Hurricane Erick to a potentially catastrophic Category 4 hurricane. Oh my gosh, guys. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, we now have a completely different situation on our hands here. The National Hurricane Center. The National Hurricane Center just upgraded Hurricane Erick to a 145 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane with a minimum pressure that just cratered to 939 millibars. I did not see this coming. This is insane. This is actually insane. We have a 145 mile per hour hurricane now. Potentially catastrophic destruction is possible. Sebastian Elman Lopez says, damn. And that's the best way to put it. Holy cow, guys. Breaking news. New advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Yes, I've read it 5 times. I refuse to believe my eyes, though, but I've read it 5 times. 145 mile per hour sustained winds. That is 235 kilometers per hour. And a minimum pressure of 939 millibars. This is truly incredible. And a devastating situation here developing in southern Mexico, because now we are just maybe a few hours away, maybe three, or maybe less hours away from landfall. I mean, how close? How close is the eye? 30 miles. And the eye wall is approaching. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I did not imagine that we would be. Hey, Estonia Weather called this, by the way. He had a comment earlier that said satellite estimates were suggesting 933 and 150. Now this is not quite that, but 145, 939. That's the new advisory. Chat, what is going on? What is going on, chat? What just happened? We were sitting here and we were talking about the degradation in appearance. How I mean, I think we all kind of thought through the degradation of the satellite appearance that this was a weakening storm, that land interaction was taking Erick down. But now he's not only attained Category 4 status, he's attained mid-level, almost high-end Category 4 status. 145 mile per hour winds. What did they find? I don't know what they found. What did they find? 145. What did they find, chat? That's insane. And based on maybe this northward jog, I don't know if we're 3 hours away from landfall. I'm going to take an hour off that just out of precautions because I don't want people to let their guard down. So I'm going to take that down and say we have 2 hours until landfall. That is an approximation. Wow. guys. Wow. This is I was not ready for this. I was not remotely ready for that sort of upgrade. This has completely changed. Okay, guys, this has completely changed the game, though. You are now looking, if those winds are at 145 miles per hour, you are now looking at potentially catastrophic winds and storm surge. Now approaching Oaxaca, Mexico. This is actually insane, y'all. Mr. Peach comments, it is wild that Eric is still taking the westward track. Yes, the parallel to the coastline track is interesting for sure. But I cannot. Oh my gosh. This is really bad. This is really bad because now once you get to mid-level Cat 4 like this, now you've moved into a completely different territory of life threatening. If you are not in a well-built home or structure, your life may be in danger if you get into the eye wall of this monster. We are now into a totally different territory. And I was just showing it as we got closer to landfall. How this area here, which could face a direct landfall, or if not a direct landfall, perhaps the eastern eye wall, perhaps the onshore flow if Erick trends west. This is not good because these structures here are in serious danger now. All of these structures here. Now the good news, I guess, that you can take away from this. The good news, I guess, is that these don't seem to be permanently inhabited. These seem to be hotels and cabanas and little resorts. So hopefully nobody's in there. A lot of these little cabanas don't look terribly well built either, but so hopefully no one's in there because storm surge could become a real issue here. As you can see, there's water on both sides of this barrier island-ish area. And then if we say if there's a trend west, what happens? I'm scared to look, honestly. So here we go. What city is this called? El Azufre. El Azufre. They could receive a direct landfall here soon. 2 hours, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Mr. Peach is not during the summer months. They are definitely booked. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I'm just saying I hope there's nobody there, like right now, is in preparation for the storm. There's no doubt that places like this are booked up for the summer. I just hope that adequate warnings went out. But admittedly, this does bother me because 145 was not forecast. That was never forecast. And very few models had Erick actually attaining this sort of intensity. Okay, so Sebastian Ailman Lopez says that is a full rural town and it's probably full of people that couldn't evacuate. So this is different. This is not that resort beach I was showing you. This is El Azufre, which is a little... Okay, so if we're looking at this hook here, okay, this kind of like hook out feature a little bit, okay, that is right here. So based on this, El Azufre would be about here. And that is 33 miles approximately from the eye. A little bit less than that from the eye wall. Sebastian Alman Lopez adds, it's tragic. Oh man, I hope people there found a way to somehow evacuate or for their homes to are they able to survive winds like this? Will they get 145 mile per hour sustained winds with higher gusts? What are the gusts? Let me see. I don't know. Does anyone know the gusts that the National Hurricane Center associated with this? We're now potentially under 2 hours away from landfall, and we have a major last-minute development. If you're just joining us, Hurricane Erick was just upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane, but it was done so in a catastrophic way. The National Hurricane Center has upgraded Hurricane Erick to a 145 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane and with a pressure that has cratered to 939 millibars. Absolutely unprecedented for the month of June, this close to shore. Absolutely unprecedented. It is now 1 a.m. Central Time, and that's the other thing, right? I hope people in some areas, they didn't go to bed. Oh, a Category 3, it looks like it's weakening. I can get through a Cat 3, especially a weakening one, and then all of a sudden, after they go to sleep or let their guard down, we have this sudden update here that rose the winds tremendously by 20 miles per hour in just 3 hours. In just the last 3 hours, winds have apparently increased by 20 miles per hour. For reference, the criteria for rapid intensification is 35 miles per hour in 24 hours, and we just saw a 20 mile per hour jump in the last 3 hours. This is historic, guys. What you're witnessing right now is historic and potentially catastrophic. Now using the C word, catastrophic, because of that upgrade. Now we're in a totally different territory here. And I am getting really concerned about that place that we're talking about here, this rural town, El Azufre, which looks like this is a rural town here. It's next to this inlet to the sea. It could be vulnerable to storm surge. I'm definitely worried about the winds here. With homes like this, what I'm looking at here. Lots of palm trees. This is usually a paradise. Tonight, it is not a paradise. Tonight, they may be just a few hours away from experiencing one of nature's most powerful and violent storms. A tropical cyclone, and a category tropical cyclone at that. This has never happened before in the month of June in this basin, in the East Pacific, on record. Never before has something like this happened. This is the Pacific version of Hurricane Beryl, I swear. It truly is. At this point, I'm just going to say it. This is, in terms of meteorological anomalies, this is a big one. And based on this motion, yeah, I am really concerned about this town of El Azufre. Let's see, what else do we have? Maybe if there's a westward jog, if there's a significant westward jog, okay, this is open. This is mostly open and unpopulated territory. We do have another town here, though, Latuza. They're under threat. El Camelot. Let me make sure I'm in the right spot. Yeah, I am. So El Camelot, Nandayo. Not sure if that's a town. Doesn't look like there's much here. So maybe that'll be okay. What do we have over here? Several buildings here. As far away as here, that doesn't look like there's much there. Okay, so we do have some open terrain. There is some unpopulated coastal area. Remember, right now I'm focusing on the rural areas. The eyewall could very well track directly over what do we have here? Santa Maria Chicomotepec. This looks like a notable town. Maybe they won't face Category 4 winds or 145-mile-per-hour winds, but they could face. But right now, I'm going to focus on the immediate coastline, which towns are on the immediate coastline, and I am now super concerned about this area right here, the Lagunas de Chacahua area. This general area, there are a lot of kind of resorts and cabanas here, but then over here, this is a rural town, according to Sebastian Ailman Lopez. This is a rural town, perhaps not with people not having the means or abilities or the opportunity to evacuate in time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I really hope this wasn't going to happen. But to be perfectly honest with you, I never imagined it could. X is going crazy. X is going crazy. Absolutely insane. Oh, I was really hoping this didn't happen. But here we are. In a really dire situation. Because whoever gets hit with this 145-mile-per-hour eyewall, catastrophic destruction, severely life-threatening impacts will be possible. Looks like we have new convective bursts going up throughout the CDO, but that is no longer my concern. My concern is where that eyewall comes in. I really hope, though, that everyone was able to safely either evacuate or prepare or get into a safe place, whether that be their home or somewhere else, well before I went live here tonight. But, I mean, I'm just at a loss for words. I cannot convey to you how rare this is meteorologically. This is literally unheard of. This is freaking crazy, guys. You are looking into the heart of the beast, into the heart of a hurricane, of a cyclone, of a storm that is capable of immense destruction. This is a highly life-threatening situation for anyone caught in the path of Hurricane Erick right now. Potentially under 2 hours from landfall. I will adjust that countdown clock if needed. cannot believe what we are witnessing. Mr. Peach asks, how is it unheard of? Because we have never seen a landfalling Pacific, a Category 4 landfalling Pacific hurricane in the month of June. And I will show you this. So if we swivel back to the Pacific here, to Mexico, this is NOAA's historical hurricane tracks. This is a historical database going back to 1851. And if I create a polygon here, so I'm going to go pretty far up in Mexico to pretty much cover the entire coast, even though it's unrealistic for strong hurricanes to make landfall down there. Okay. Now I've made this polygon. I'm going to expand the search distance to 160 nautical miles just to cover the entire coastline. And so here we go. So if I select here, if I take out, if I say, okay, so I'm going to say only hurricanes. Only major hurricanes. Okay, so this is showing you major hurricanes that have made landfall in Mexico. And you know what? I might expand the search area just a little bit more. Major hurricane landfalls in Mexico and the East Pacific. And if I select June, there you have it. No storms found. I can select hurricanes, and I will get a couple. So you can see there's a spattering of Cat 1s. The last being Beatriz in 2023. You had Agatha, Cat 2, 2022. So there's a spattering of Cat 1s and 2s here that you see have made landfall in Mexico during the month of June. But if I take out Category 1 and I take out Category 2 and I leave it just at 3, 4, 5, the major hurricanes, as you can see, in the month of June, never before has there been a major hurricane landfall, let alone a Category 4, on the Pacific coast of Mexico in the month of June. So that is how this is unheard of. That is the type of historical rarity we're talking about here. Is again, there's June. I've selected June, major hurricanes. Those are my filters. And there is nothing. There is literally nothing. This is a first timer. The Pacific version of Hurricane Beryl. I can't even believe I'm saying it. Sagar with a comment. This was kind of unexpected. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I thought maybe there was a brief attainment, and real quick I'm going to measure the eye distance. Okay, now under 30 miles, guys. Under 30 miles from that town, from that rural town I'm worried about. Oh, this one. El Azufre and the surrounding areas. All of this. Some of it is pretty rural and unpopulated, which is good, but there are population centers here, and I'm really concerned about these rural population centers right now. But yeah, Sagar, this was definitely unexpected. I never imagined that advisory was going to come in at 145 miles per hour. I am completely blown away. I'm seeing some reliable weather accounts in Mexico say that the landfall time frame is roughly 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. My current countdown clock is generically set for a landfall at 3 a.m. So based on what I'm looking at now, I've got my landfall clock. Basically, it's not meant to be exactly precise and accurate. It's meant to reflect the earliest possible time, as just confirmed by multiple sources, the earliest possible time we could see a landfall, which is approximately around 3 a.m. But it could be as late as 6 a.m. Crazy, crazy stuff. Sebastian Ailman Lopez asked, do you think it will affect the town of Coppola Guerrero? It's in the border of Guerrero and Oaxaca. How soon after landfall will it weaken? All right, so first and foremost, perhaps I need to... I'm trying to find specifically this town here. Well, okay. I haven't seen that specific town here specifically, but essentially, when you're looking at the Oaxaca Guerrero border, we should see rapid weakening, more rapid than usual, with Hurricane Erick because of the very mountainous and rough terrain that tends to absolutely just shred tropical cyclones apart. However, so if we go here and we look at when Erick crosses that Oaxaca Guerrero border as of the last forecast cone, so I'm going off the national, let me reload this, but I'm going off the National Hurricane Center. So when that happens, the last dot here has winds at 110 miles per hour, and there is a hurricane warning in effect for the coastal region of where Guerrero and Oaxaca are bordered. Okay, so in Coppola Guerrero, at the border of Guerrero and Oaxaca, I think they will be affected by hurricane force winds. It's too early to tell more specifics than that, but I think they could be affected by hurricane force winds, power outages, and of course, the peak rainfall totals here. That region at Oaxaca and southeast Guerrero, big time rainfall, 12 to 16 inches, 300, 400 millimeters possible. That could potentially incite life-threatening flash floods and mudslides in mountainous areas. So I would say the impacts to that border region could be fairly significant. Maybe not major hurricane force winds. So that's good. But hurricane force winds, considering there's a hurricane warning on that coastline where those two states meet, then yes, I would bet on hurricane force winds. I would expect that and torrential rainfall for sure. Sagar comments, one interesting thing is that the dominant convective blob has now somewhat weakened. Maybe that has made conditions somewhat more favorable for inner core to tighten. I love these theories you're throwing out, and I agree. In fact, I mean, the convective blob previously looked completely detached from the hurricane, like it was this own entity. That's why I kept calling it like almost cancerous or something. Like it was taking over the circulation. Now it looks more like it's joined the circulation in a much more typical hurricane swirl pattern. So yeah, I don't know what that was about. It does seem like ever since that convective blob calmed down, I don't know, maybe that's related to the massive spike in intensity, the 20 mile per hour spike in intensity we just had over the last 3 hours. I think it's hard to tell here where the eye ends. The eye could be just this green spot, and if that's the case, this could be the eye wall, even though the convection on the inner side is weaker appearing. And if that's the case, let's just say on a safe estimate, potentially catastrophic 145 mile per hour winds, maybe under 20 miles from shore now. Very bad situation developing. The eye still kind of just under 30 miles. Sebastian Ailman Lopez asks, could it become a Cat 5 at this point? I don't want to jinx it because we just had the craziest update of all time. At this point, at the risk of saying it, no, I don't think there's any chance that that Erick could become a Cat 5. I mean, like I just said, the inner core, maybe it's not the eye wall, but at the very minimum, the inner core, and I think the eye wall is only 14 miles from shore now. That's going to be too much land interaction. And also Cat 5s are going to have a perfectly clear eye and a much more symmetrical CDO. So as crazy as his jump in intensity has been, and I know I said very unfortunately that I felt like based on the satellite appearance, intensification seemed to be over. I couldn't have been more wrong, right? We were sitting here discussing, we were like, yeah, looks like the terrain's getting to it. The eye temperature is cooling. CDO symmetry is going away. Eastern quadrant is weakening. And that was not correct. That was not correct. So at that time, I said I thought it was done strengthening. Now look what happened. However, I do truly think it's safe to say it's not going to hit Cat 5 at this point. It's just too close to land. Mr. Peach says, I don't think it will be 3 a.m. as it's still riding along the coast. 6 a.m. seems more realistic. Yeah, totally possible. It just depends on whether or not this decides to cut. You know, because if it actually follows the NHC's last cone, hurricane track, if it follows this black line, then it would more likely be okay. So actually, here, real-time update here on the interactive cone. We have had a shift west. It looks like so now the landfall location has actually shifted to the east of El Azufre. Now that's not better. That's not at all better actually, because the eye wall could still very well travel over El Azufre, and therefore they could get the peak winds, right? The strongest winds. And also being on the eastern side means you have onshore push, meaning potential storm surge inundation. So that's not good. But now I want to look at maybe population centers to the west of El Azufre for getting super strong winds. So now we're looking at, they think the eye is going to basically come in like this. So if that's the case, the eye, if that direction of motion continues, then the eye is about 60 miles away from landfall. But the eye wall, depending on, it could come ashore here sooner than that. Again, I still got an hour and 35 minutes there on that countdown clock, so I'm not going to change that just yet until we're a little bit closer. Again, that countdown clock is just representing the earliest possible time. If we see a sudden jog here, then we could see a landfall at pretty much 3 a.m. ish. And yeah, to be clear, I'm speaking in local time for myself, 3 a.m. Central time. But indeed, it could be as late as 6 a.m. Yeah, Mr. Peach said, yeah, it's not becoming Cat 5. Yeah, it's not becoming Cat 5 at this point, but I really didn't expect it to become a Cat 4, much less 145 mile per hour Cat. It's not becoming Cat 5, but I didn't expect it to become 145 mile per hour Cat 4, and I was dead wrong on that. Holy moly. But I think I was seeing people chatter and everyone's like, yeah, eyes filling in, cooling down. What a terrible turn of events here tonight as we go late late night live streaming here. And we are not leaving. We're not going anywhere, guys. We're not going anywhere now that we have a 145 mile per hour category 4 nearing landfall. This is crazy. More convective bursts, really, really robust convective bursts here in the last few frames. Look at those cloud tops royal. This is just a really tumultuous and powerful core. It is just brimming with energy. Look at that. All right. So before we get any closer, I'm going to take like a quick 5-minute break, get some water, and I will be back shortly.
Sunday, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet.
All right,
Subsiding.
we are back here with continued live breaking news coverage
Northwest 10 feet at 10
of Hurricane Erick. If you are just joining us, in the last 3 hours and just 40 minutes ago, we received an unprecedented update advisory from the National Hurricane Center that upgraded Hurricane Erick to an exceptionally powerful and extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 145 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 939 millibars. Now, I say unprecedented because if Erick, who is now just a couple dozen miles away from landfall in Mexico, if Erick makes landfall in Mexico as a Category 4 or even just as a major hurricane, it will be the first time in history a Pacific hurricane has made landfall in Mexico at Category 3 plus strength. And here is where that record is confirmed. This is NOAA's historical hurricane database that goes all the way back to 1851. And as you can see, I have listed the entire Mexican coastline on the Pacific side, filtering out everything except major hurricanes and the month of June. And as you can see, no storms are found in the historical archives. So this is a first, guys. This is a first-time thing. We've never seen something like this before, and here you are looking at a close-up of the devastating eye and overall core of Hurricane Erick as it closes in ever closer now to the coastline of Oaxaca, Mexico. So we are going to be providing continued live coverage of this breaking news event throughout the night. Measuring now, the eye wall is closing in on just about 10 miles off Oaxaca's shore, and we are currently trying to see which population centers, which towns, which areas are currently in the path of this potentially catastrophic storm. So right here at the tip of this you see this little hook feature right here. We've been looking at El Azufre, very concerned about this little rural town. That little rural town is right here. And there are concerns that because of its rural location that perhaps the buildings there, the homes there, maybe they aren't built to withstand extreme winds like this that we're seeing there below me on your screen, Cat 4, 145 miles per hour. And also that because of the late night and unexpected nature of this update, that perhaps people may have gone to bed or may have let their guard down at some point late in the night, thinking that we were looking at a weakening Category 3 into landfall. This is really crazy and super, super unexpected for this to happen. Not just because the National Hurricane Center forecast never called for a 145 mile per hour Category 4. It didn't even call for a Category 4 at any point, right? And Category 4 starts at 126 miles per hour. We are way over that, right? We are way over that now with a 145 mile per hour sustained winds. Truly unexpected, potentially catastrophic, really, really sad situation. And if I can show you here what we were looking at leading up to this, into this crazy buildup of events.
For Thursday night, west wind 15 to 20 knots. For Friday, west wind 10 to 15 knots, rising to 15 to 20 knots.
We have here, so this is what was happening.
West wind 20 to 25 knots.
This is what was happening right after sunset. So right after sunset, we were looking at a storm in Erick that was undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. And it seemed because of that eye wall replacement cycle that his rapid intensification phase was going to pause. But then, as you can see, post here is timestamped 9:46 p.m. Now last night, because now it's June 19th. But 9:46 p.m. Central Time last night, we saw a sudden burst of convection surround the storm. So then we thought, oh wow, Erick is fighting off the EWRC. Maybe it failed. Maybe the inner eye wall is fighting back. Point is, we were looking at a rapidly intensifying storm again, we thought. But then, just as quickly as that convection had appeared, and if I can take you through this sequence of events, as quickly as that convection had appeared, then we got this picture, and while it was scary, this was clearly a degradation from what we had seen just moments before. You can see here that the eye wall convection had warmed and weakened completely on the eastern side. You had this big, strange blob on the southwestern quadrant doing weird stuff and all sorts of craziness, but it looked like Erick was weakening, and that made sense because he was getting really, really close to this coastline in southern Mexico, and this is no ordinary coastline. This coastline hosts the Sierra Madre del Sur mountain range, okay? And this is a very large, very jagged, and very rough mountain range that really does a number on tropical cyclones. Anytime you see tropical cyclones get close to big-time mountain ranges, we see this in Mexico, and we see this sometimes in Luzon in the Philippines and also Taiwan. When these cyclones get, and we also see it in the Atlantic, in Haiti and the Dominican Republic and sometimes Cuba, when they get to super mountainous terrain, they start to weaken. Even before their eye crosses shore, they tend to start to weaken. They tend to feel that rugged terrain well before the core reaches shore. Here we have a comment here from Sagar. This hurricane has given 2 major surprises in just a short span of time. Right on. Right on. Major surprises. Major surprises. So then we thought, and every satellite indication seemed to be, that logically Erick was no longer intensifying and may have even started to weaken. That everything was pointing in that direction. But then all of a sudden, during the 1 a.m. Central Time advisory, in the middle of the night, out of nowhere, Hurricane Erick jumped by 20 miles per hour. He went from that high-end Category 3 that we thought was starting to level off and weaken to suddenly now we're dealing with a potentially catastrophic 145-mile-per-hour Category 4, which is a completely different magnitude, okay? This is a hurricane that is extremely life-threatening, that will destroy a house that is not specifically built to be equipped in dealing with extreme wind speeds like this. And also, look at that pressure. Done 939 millibars. That is a really, really deep pressure. That is comparable to Hurricanes Harvey, Laura, and some of those more well-known hurricanes on the Atlantic side. So this has just all around been crazy town. And apologies, I cannot show that video there, but there is a video on my feed. There is a video on my feed of flooding in Mexico. The freshwater flooding, it appears, in Mexico from Hurricane Erick. So we're continuing to see some videos come in. We've seen, if you go to my account on X, @BackPerchCrew, you can go back and look at some of the pictures and videos that have come in already. We've seen pictures and videos of big waves and coastal surge damage, kind of tossing around fishing boats, impacting buildings close to the shore in the city of Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca, Mexico. Okay, so we've seen some damage there. And now more lately from Volcaholic, and I reposted Volcaholic, what appears to be a video of freshwater flooding and already in Mexico. And hey, that is what we were worried about. That is what we feared. We said not just winds, but also the rainfall. Big time rainfall is piling up. All of these great clouds, all this intense convection, big time thunderstorms that are pouring down torrential tropical downpours. And the mountainous terrain of Sierra Madre del Sur only helps to orographically enhance that rainfall and create steep topography that can trigger mudslides and violent violent flooding and mud flows too. It really precipitates some velocity when you have hilly terrain like this, and it is not just hilly, it is super, super, super mountainous when you zoom in here. So this is what's leading to the flooding problem all across coastal Oaxaca. You can see, look at these rivers. Look at these rivers and this network of rivers in these tropically rainforest coated mountains, these extremely, extremely jagged and tough, but also just kind of coated in a very rainforest-like biome. You can see, look at the dense jungle undergrowth here that is just coating these Sierra Madre del Sur mountains. And you can see the network of rivers and all that. So the rivers are going to start getting higher. They're going to start overflowing their banks, and you're going to have mudslides. You're going to have areas in these mountains where you have slippage due to the saturation of the soil and overall inundation. That threat of heavy rainfall extends everywhere across here. All of these mountain ranges, all of these super steep mountain ranges, and then subsequently the communities that may be vulnerable, sandwiched in between these mountain ranges. They are in trouble with the heavy rainfall that's coming in. Hopefully a mudslide doesn't happen to hit a population center. That's kind of an odds game when you talk about mudslides. But now the bigger story for the moment is the immediate coastal impacts, because now we're looking at life-threatening surge and potentially catastrophic winds with that crazy National Hurricane Center advisory that upped Erick's winds to 145 miles per hour. On the top left of your screen, you see that countdown clock. That is an approximate countdown clock to landfall. 1 hour and 8 minutes has been stated as the earliest potential landfall time for Hurricane Erick in Mexico. That's roughly 3 a.m. Central. However, we could see a landfall up to 3 hours later than that. So we are going to be live throughout the night. This is not going to end just here. Thank you for tuning in. If you're just joining us,
northwest 11 feet at 8 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Friday,
because we're really getting close now to landfall. Still a couple hours away. I don't know, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. But my main concern now, and it's about to go down, guys. It is about to go down. First of all, I just want to direct your attention. This southwest quadrant, man, it has been crazy. It has been firing huge, just monumentally massive convective cells on this southwest quadrant incessantly throughout the night. I mean, look at this latest blow up. This is going to be almost as big as the first one. These are cloud top temperatures that are in the extreme. They are breaking the scale here on radar scope, their infrared satellite scale. Just truly incredible cloud tops. You can see the roiling patterns as powerful updrafts force these thunderstorms tens of thousands of feet up into the atmosphere. But here's what we're really concerned about, okay? The eye wall, which is this area surrounding what appeers to be a pinhole. Okay, so there's the eye wall. We have a pinhole eye here that's kind of fluctuating in width, but it's approximately 10 miles wide, and it's kind of stuck consistently there. It seemed like at some points that it shrank to like half that size. I don't know, maybe it didn't, because sometimes infrared satellite can be deceiving. Bottom line, though, we have a borderline pinhole eye that has been about 10 miles across, roughly but it's this area around the eye wall, the core of strongest winds. This is what we have to be most concerned about, and regardless of whether or not we are going to see a landfall here in an hour, I think the way the direction has been trending with Erick, we could see that eye wall come ashore in this area, right? This area is jutting out a little bit. It's the closest to the eye wall. Will they hit it? Will they not? I don't know. It's looking awfully ominous right now. And so what are we looking at here? If this is the first area, this is what we're talking about. It's the same area now on Google Maps. And if we really zoom in, we can see just how vulnerable some of these places do look. Here on this kind of barrier island-ish kind of peninsula here. It looks like we have a bunch of hotels and little homes and cottages. Now, as I said previously, there are a lot of them here. I hope that since a lot of these don't seem to be permanent residences, so I hope that there aren't any people here. I know normally during the summertime, these are all booked up. So I'm hoping that people aren't here at this particular juncture, that they heeded warnings and evacuations if there were any. I hope there were for this particular area because it looks very vulnerable to both winds and surge. And then we're looking over here, so you got like resorts right here and little towns and a bunch of restaurants very close to water. They've got water on both sides of them. That's never good from a surge perspective. Bah, it's getting late. But it's this town right here, El Azufre. That has been something we have highlighted as a big concern because that's a rural town. That is a rural town with permanent residences, as I was informed by one of the comments by someone who knows this area, who lives here. And so he said that is a rural town with full-time residents. We don't know if they've evacuated. We don't know if they could evacuate, if they were ordered to. Certainly, if they were ordered to, we hope that they did so or were able to do so safely. And if not, of course, now we are really hoping, watching this this terrible event unfold from afar, and I'm definitely hoping that if they haven't evacuated in this town, that that they have some safe shelter, right? Some way of being safe from the onslaught that is just on their doorstep. Surge could also be an issue here, but really worried about those winds.
Northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail. Northwest.
That was a crazy update, though, y'all. Almost an hour ago. If you go back, you can rewind an hour ago in the stream, and you can see the moment. You can see is a little over an hour. No, 56 minutes ago. Yeah, but it was earlier. So it was just over an hour ago here on this stream where we had the upgrade to Category 4 intensity. So you can go back and see that moment as it happened. We are now approaching our 4th hour of this live stream here, and we really are just getting started because Erick is closing in on Landfall, and we're going to be with y'all through the night. Of course, if anyone's watching and they know somebody or can contact somebody that, not just here, this is a very remote and isolated town, but just in this general area, in southwest Oaxaca, okay? If you know somebody and you're able to contact them in this general region, in coastal southwest Oaxaca, but also up here, I don't want to neglect here in inland, because we could see Erick kind of take a trajectory like this. Maybe he makes landfall like this inland. So can't forget about areas like that. So if you know someone, if you happen to know someone in this general area, this is southwest Oaxaca, southwest of the state of Oaxaca in Mexico. If you happen to know anyone here, and if you have any way of contacting them, they are running out of time to get into their safe place, because that is the kind of language that has to be used now that we're dealing with a 145 mile per hour Category 4. And if I do ultra zoom here, and we assume that this is the eye wall, right, that the core of strongest winds is either now coming on shore right now or is about to, that is where we're looking at this town of El Azufre, and then these resort areas here to the east of that. That's where they could be getting the eye wall right about now. Or if not now, then very, very soon.
Northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet.
From El Azufre, that town, the eye is 25 miles offshore. So gradually getting closer.
Gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 9 feet. Wave detail. Northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday night. Northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots. Seas 9 to 10 feet, building to 11 to 13 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 13 feet at 9 seconds.
Man.
For Sunday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. 13 feet, subsiding to 9 to 10 feet on the afternoon.
This has been a really crazy night, y'all.
Northwest 13 feet at 9
And it is
seconds.
far from over.
For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 8 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 15 seconds. For Monday, northwest...
Yeah, I see people have a lot of comments on X. And because I'm live streaming here, I'm probably not going to be able to respond to all of them right now. But I see y'all. I see your comments on X, so I'll have to get to answering those a little bit later here because we have a breaking news situation. The eye wall is now closing in, and I'm going to, we've just passed our 4th hour of streaming here. I'm going to look here on X real quick and kind of check on the situation, see if we have any more damage, photos and videos. I can't show on-the-ground photos and videos here on stream because I don't have the rights to them. However, I will repost them on my X account, and you can see them there.
20 to 30 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Thursday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 11 feet. Friday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Saturday, north to northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet.
I've seen several videos out of Puerto Escondido. I just haven't been able to confirm all of them.
Seas 7 to 12 feet. Sun, north winds 20 to 30 knots, becoming northwest 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Sunday night.
So these videos definitely look like a lot of coming out of Puerto Escondido. Looks like torrential rainfall, tropical storm force winds by the looks of it.
15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Monday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 9 feet. From Point Reyes to the Farallon Islands to Agate Point. NOAA Sanctuaries request the voluntary vessel speed reduction to December 31st within the San Francisco Traffic Separation Scheme. The vessels of 300 gross registered...
Looks like we've got a downed tree in Puerto Escondido. There's a video of a downed tree in Puerto Escondido from Sophie Valdivia. Sophie Valdivia, who is an Oaxacan reporter.
767-945 or to the United States Coast Guard on VHF Channel 16. The offshore waters forecast for the following marine location. Pigeon Point to Point Piedras Blancas between 60 nautical miles and 150 nautical miles offshore.
Okay, where is this? Where is this?
Tonight, northwest winds 25 to 30
Seeing
knots.
a couple much more serious looking videos of flooding in Puerto Escondido, potentially.
Seas 9 to 12 feet. Thursday night,
Don't know if that is surge flooding, saltwater flooding, right, or freshwater flooding from rainfall.
Friday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 12 feet. Friday night, northwest winds 20 to
So it is 1 a.m. local time now, I believe,
7 to 10 feet.
right? Isn't it 1 a.m. local time in Oaxaca, Mexico?
Winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Saturday
This is
night,
as bad. This is really as bad as it gets, folks,
Seas 9
for the Pacific coast of Mexico.
Sun, north winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming northwest 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 13 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet. Monday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet. Monday night, northwest winds 15 to 20
So
knots.
there have only been, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4.
The coastal waters forecast.
So there have only been 8 storms. There have only been 8 storms, 8 hurricanes in East Pacific history that have made landfall at Category 4 intensity. So the last one, of course, was Otis. in 2023, and was the strongest ever in East Pacific history, right? The only Category 5 to make landfall in the East Pacific Basin. But that is a rarefied club here. When we're talking about something that's happened less than 10 times before in history. You know, so you're seeing a top 10 strongest landfalling hurricane in Pacific history. That is a big deal.
Northwest 10 feet at 10 seconds. For Friday night, northwest wind 25 to 30 knots, easing to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 6 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 5 to 8 feet. Wave detail.
Sagar says, looks like now the structure is starting to disorganize, though still very dangerous. Correct, yes. So, different, a little bit different here. Infrared satellite loop here through Weather Nerds. And yeah, I think we finally can say that, yes, Erick's structure is disorganizing for good now due to interaction with the terrain. But at this juncture, this slight weakening that's about to happen, and I could see this coming down off of peak intensity for sure before landfall. But could it still make landfall at 140, 130, 125, 120 miles per hour? It doesn't matter. At this point, we're going to see a historic landfall in Mexico for this time of year, for the location. It's set in stone at this point. Unfortunately, it's set in stone. Look with these new... So this satellite loop here kind of gives you a good idea of all the convective bursts we've seen, right? Look at that. So you see the big one right there. And then, boom, another one on the southwest quadrant. Also, Sagar had a comment earlier. And here, I'll pull it up again. And I'm not sure if this is the case, but it definitely seems to be, whether it's coincidence or not, definitely seems to be the case where the system has looked better. Erick has looked better at the core every time we're in a lull of one of these big tumorous convective bursts on the southwest quadrant, right? It was in between those convective bursts where we had the upgrade to 145 miles per hour. Obviously, the storm was strengthening through the convective burst, though, even though the satellite appearance degraded. But still, kind of seems like there's a correlation. I don't know if there is scientifically, but that'll be something to look at after the fact. We've got the real zoomed in view here. So now you see much cooler cloud tops, a much more, how do I say it, much more rigorous fill-in with convection into the eye. So the eye is really cooling now. Now the eye is really cooling. So when the eye cools and kind of caves in like this, that's when you are going to see tangible weakening, finally. Every time, though, we thought this thing has been weakening up till this point, it was actually strengthening. But this time it's for real because the eye wall is basically onshore now. Okay, this time it's for real. The inner core is here. The strengthening is done. The intensification is done. We can say that with 100% certainty now. But it was crazy what happened earlier because it did not seem like we were going to have any sort of intensification jump like we ultimately saw. So that eye wall is now coming on shore, or is just about to, in Oaxaca, Mexico. Can't tell yet where landfall is going to be. If we see another westward shift, landfall officially could be delayed by several hours. because the coastline kind of dents in there to the west. So a westward shift of the storm would definitely prolong the landfall time. Conversely, if Erick goes due north from here on out, then yeah, we could see landfall in an hour and a half. At this point, the best I can do is put that landfall countdown at the earliest possible time. I don't want to put it at too late of a time. So I think it's okay just putting it at the earliest possible time that we know of.
8:34 p.m. The sunrise tomorrow, 5:48 a.m. The sunset tomorrow, 8:34 p.m. Tidal data at the Golden Gate for the afternoon and evening hours today and the morning hours of tomorrow. High tide, 6:30 p.m. at 5.44 feet. Low tide. The
next advisory from the National Hurricane Center will be, at this point, I would imagine, the next advisory will either be right before landfall, that's if Erick takes a big westward shift right now, or it will be the landfall advisory. And who knows, those might coincide with just under 2 hours from now. Could be. Could be that those just coincidentally coincide. The next advisory is just, close enough to the next landfall, to the landfall advisory when we do see landfall. Oh, and you know what? I've seen some. Let's go back to microwave imagery, which we haven't looked at, I don't think, during this stream. Earlier, we were looking at microwave imagery to watch the structural dynamics of the eye wall replacement cycle. And this looks interesting. Let's see if it'll load. Wow. Wow, would you look at that? Look at that on microwave. So that is interesting. I can't tell there. I think that was the eye wall replacement cycle completing, yeah. So I think you have right there a classic completion of an eye wall replacement cycle. And it was that completion. This is the microwave GIF that captures it. The microwave loop that captures it. It was this completion that then jumped Erick to 145 miles per hour. Wow. What a dynamic view there of what just happened. That really tells you what just happened underneath the hood, underneath the cloud cover. Wow.
Significant wave heights built to 10 to 12 feet across the coastal waters Thursday into the weekend. The marine forecast for San Pablo Bay, Suisun Bay, the West Delta, and the San Francisco
Dylan Federico posted, I think downsloping winds of the Sierra Madre mountain range could mess with Erick a bit the longer the storm parallels the coast. Funky interaction with the mountains in general are going to give it an increasingly weird structure as it landfalls. Yeah, that's true. And we thought we were looking at that weird structure, and then the National Hurricane Center came out of left field and said, hey, by the way, this just intensified 20 miles per hour in the last 3 hours and is now a mid-range Category 4. Yeah, so we're seeing that for sure now, but we thought we were looking at that earlier. I mean, it was really unexpected when they just came out and said, hey, Cat 4, and not just a little bit Cat 4, like way up there Cat 4.
West wind 5 to 10 knots. For Sunday night, west wind 10 to 15 knots. Becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight.
There are quite a few videos coming out. I wonder if that's the same video of flooding.
The marine forecast for Monterey Bay. Small craft advisory in effect until 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this evening. Small craft advisory in effect from Thursday afternoon through Thursday evening. For tonight, Northwest wind 10 to 15 knots, easing to 5 to 10 knots late. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Wave detail, northwest 5 feet at 9 seconds. Juneteenth, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots, becoming west 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 3 to 5 feet, building to 5 to 7 feet in the afternoon. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 10 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 14 seconds. Patchy dense fog in the morning. For Thursday night, west wind 20 to 25 knots, becoming northwest 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 9 seconds. For Friday, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots.
Here's another really crazy picture. So this was Hurricane Erick right at sunset. Wow. What an image. That was not at peak intensity, as we have learned. I thought that was peak intensity, right? Right before sunset, right after sunset. I thought that was peak intensity. No. That was not peak intensity, as monstrous as that looked. That was just leading up to peak intensity, which we have seen now come in unexpectedly in the middle of the night, kind of. That was midnight, I think. That advisory came in midnight in for Oaxaca, Mexico, for their local time. But yeah, look at that image, man, just super nuts. Crazy stuff. Just again, it's just one of those things where I can't believe it's actually happened. There you see, here was the National Hurricane Center Pacific's upgrade of Hurricane Erick to Category 4 status. So this, I think, was 11:58 p.m. local time in Oaxaca, Mexico. So continuing to monitor here, eye wall, the potentially catastrophic eye wall of Category 4 Hurricane Erick is getting close and might already be on shore now in Oaxaca, Mexico.
Patchy fog after midnight. Locally, lower winds can see the cross sheltered portions of the bay.
Eye wall may be moving on shore now.
Point raise out to 10 nautical miles. Gale warning in effect through Thursday evening. For tonight, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 7 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 15 seconds.
Holy moly. So I've got a video here. It looks of really massive waves crashing into the seaside city of Puerto Escondido. Like I said, that city is where most of the videos I've seen thus far have come out, both with freshwater street flooding and coastal surge flooding and big-time waves. And here's a video of the waves, and they are, wow, that is enormous.
Northwest 11 feet at 9 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Friday, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 10.
So I just reposted a video, new video. Reposted it to my X account at Backperch Crew. New video of waves crashing into the beach at Puerto Escondido in Oaxaca, Mexico. So go check that out. Really crazy footage. I expect we're going to get even crazier stuff here in the coming hours as the worst of the worst the storm has to offer comes ashore. The western quadrant, the western side of the storm continues to put on an absolute convective show. More boiling convection. I don't know, roiling or boiling? Chat, what do you think? What's better? It's better to describe that what we're looking at here. What this insanely intense convective activity. What do you think we should call that? Roiling or boiling? We never decide. But regardless, super intense. The coldest of them breaking the scale here. But I mean, just look. I mean, this is a soup. This is a soup of thunderstorm cloud tops that are erupting up through the atmosphere and reaching incredibly cold temperatures. Incredibly cold temperatures. And you can just see these hot spots in pink just boiling up. This is why, so I think this is why, if you consider the rather slow motion of Erick here coming into landfall, when we look at the position of first that one convective blob, and look, now we have blob. We have the second blob officially. This is another massive convective blob.
For Thursday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 10 to 12 feet. Wave detail, northwest 11 feet at 8 seconds. And
so we've got the second blob.
For Friday, northwest wind 25 to 30 knots, easing to 20 to 25 knots in the afternoon. Seas 10 to 12 feet, subsiding to 8 to 10 feet in the afternoon. Wave detail, northwest 11 feet at 8 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Friday night, northwest wind.
So not to be confused there, that's the core versus just this random convective blob. But I think it's really interesting now seeing one huge, because remember, oftentimes the rate of torrential rainfall is directly correlated. We're getting a little bit of an interruption here. Let me see if I can restart that. Yeah. So oftentimes the intensity, the sheer intensity of convection like this is directly correlated to how torrentially the rain is just pouring down. And again, you know, we've got water vapor active behind me, and you can see there how waterlogged and saturated the core of this system is. It's really quite incredible. But so now we had big convective blob number one. Now we have huge convective blob number two, just absurdly powerful outbursts and kind of these conjoining of hot towers that are firing up. Huge thunderstorm activity, and maybe this is why, because now they've basically trained over the same area, because it's been two in a row, and that brings us essentially to, if I take it to the rainfall map, I mean, wow, did they nail this? Did the NHC nail this rainfall map? Look, because they had, wow, I mean, I'm really impressed with the models. Now that I'm looking at this, because this rainfall map that I've showed a couple times, now that I'm looking at it here so they showed the peak rainfall being an absurd 16 to 20 inches. They had that offshore though. They don't have that coming on shore. They have it coming very close, but not quite. And wow, I mean that, because the border of Oaxaca and Guerrero is like up here, and that's pretty much spot on. That is impressive. That is impressive.
Northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds.
Oh, look at this imagery. Water vapor imagery is really incredible right now, guys. See, and so those convective blobs are so crazy intense. So crazy intense that you're getting those white colors. That is rare. That is rare for the Western Hemisphere. Usually you see that maybe in the West Pacific. You can see it with typhoons over there. But rarely do you see it in the East Pacific or the Atlantic. I mean, just wow, look at those colors. Oof. Huge amounts of moisture. That's the takeaway. Huge amounts of moisture. So looking at this convective blob, following almost exactly in the footsteps of its predecessor, and I think that is what somehow the models picked up on, that we would have these two big convective blobs basically happening over the same spot on the west-southwest quadrant of Hurricane Erick, and by essentially stalling out here, or seemingly stalling out. The hurricane is not stalling out, but with the general location of these two blobs, one after another, I think that's why the 16 to 20 inch kind of area of peak rainfall was labeled offshore, because indeed this is offshore, and that looks exactly where the peak rainfall was estimated to be. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing that this monstrosity is not happening like here, over land here, because if it were, then oh boy, we would be seeing some really serious flooding. Zooming back in, oh man, guys, I don't know. Looks like we could have landfall here soon. It could be that hour up there now, because now we're seeing, let's measure. That eye is now 20 miles, so it's getting closer, guys. I don't know. That countdown clock up there getting down to an hour, that might be accurate. I've warned that has not been a precise timer, and still isn't, but that might be getting close to being accurate.
Northwest wind 25 to 30 knots, easing to 20 to 25 knots in the afternoon. Seas 10 to 12 feet. Wave detail, northwest 2 feet.
Eye wall potentially coming ashore. This is the area right now where the eye wall is hitting. If we come down here, hopefully this little area right here, this little neighborhood, this community, hopefully they're missing the eye wall, but they're still getting onshore flow, so I think almost certainly they're having some level of storm surge. And then going across this coastline, a lot of dense vegetation, a lot of beaches that look very pretty here. Very pretty looking beaches. And in a more peaceful time, this is a very picturesque tropical Pacific paradise. But as we go along this kind of peninsular little thing here, with water on both sides of it, which is not good from a surge perspective, we start to see these structures, some of them are these little isolated cabanas and hotels and cottages. They're in big trouble here. Seeing them spattered around here and there, and then they increase in density as we go along this strip of shoreline.
Northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Sea is 12 to 13 feet, subsiding to 9 to 10 feet in the afternoon.
Oh, a robot.
Wave detail.
This does not seem necessary.
9 seconds. For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 8 to 9 feet.
Come on, Google.
Wave detail. Northwest 9.
This is a live stream about a hurricane, not Backpurge trying to.
For Monday, northwest wind 15 to
Not Backpurge trying to crack
10 to 15 knots in the afternoon.
robot
Seas 7 to 9
codes.
feet.
Where are we?
Wave detail.
Is this the same place?
Northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds.
Well, gets rid of my layers.
Northwest wind 10 to 15 knots.
Okay, thank you.
Seas 6 to 8 feet.
Gosh.
Wave
Okay,
detail.
we're back.
Northwest 8 feet
So like I said, with water on both sides, possibly a low-lying area, we have a lot of buildings here that are in big trouble if Erick comes in. And again, I don't think he's going to make landfall with 145-mile-per-hour winds. He's pretty obviously weakening at this point. But we're getting close to landfall here. The eye is roughly here. Maybe under 20 miles now.
Issued at 8:43 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Tonight, north to northwest winds 20 to 30 knots.
So we are now potentially under an hour away, guys. We are now potentially under 1 hour away from Hurricane Erick's historic landfall in southern Mexico.
Thursday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots.
In my opinion, it could be an hour to an hour and a half away. And if you ask me, I think the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which is coming out 90 minutes from now, will simply be the landfall advisory. I think it's going to be so close to each other, barring some radical western deviation now. I think they're going to be so close to each other that the next complete advisory is simply going to be the landfall advisory. So that will tell us what strength we are dealing with. Again, it doesn't have to be a Category 4 at landfall to break records. I know we've hit 145 now, but as you can see, based on NOAA's archive on their historical database, any major hurricane, not just, there have been a couple Cat 1s and 2s here, as you can see, but if you remove those, and if you just limit to major hurricanes, and if you limit it to the month of June, and you scan the entire coastline of Mexico and the Pacific, Erick does not have to be a Category 4 to be a never-before-seen event here in recorded history as he makes landfall in Mexico. All he has to be is a major hurricane, and that is a certainty at this point. So we are certainly going to see a historic and record-breaking landfall here, meteorologically insane, and at this point, it's safe to say that Hurricane Erick is really just kind of the Pacific version of Hurricane Beryl. Because remember, it was Hurricane Beryl last year, and she would form. We're approaching the 1-year anniversary of when Beryl formed in the Atlantic. Is about a week from now last year. And she was the earliest forming Category 4 and Category 5 hurricane in Atlantic history, and that was only the tip of the iceberg of the records she broke. She broke all kinds of records. Beryl did. And looking at Erick here with such an early season storm, again, as you can see, no storms found, no major hurricanes on the Mexican coastline in the month of June. All things considered, you can basically call Erick the Beryl of the Pacific, and he's happening in back-to-back years. In back-to-back years, we're having crazy meteorological anomalies in the month of June. This year it's the Pacific. Last year was the Atlantic. So far this year, the Atlantic is utterly dead. We have had no named storms there, and there are no signs of any named storm in the near future. So it looks like we're going to go through June in the Atlantic without anything, but a much different story, as you can see, in the East Pacific. We've already had 4 named storms preceding Erick: Alvin, Barbara, Cosme, and Delilah. Now, all of those storms were either weak tropical storms or weak, in Barbara's case, she was a weak Category 1 hurricane. They caused minimal impact. They did form close to Mexico, but they all curved away. They all curved away and caused minimal impacts. Unfortunately, of all the storms, of the 5 storms that have formed in rapid succession in the last 3 weeks in the East Pacific Basin, they've all been close to Mexico, right? They've all formed close to land. But of all 5 of them, the one that's actually going to make landfall, the one that's actually coming in to strike Mexico directly, is a 145-mile-per-hour Category 4. This is now officially, no holds barred, the 3rd consecutive year where we've had an insane round of rapid intensification in this exact area of the Pacific near Oaxaca and Guerrero, where we've had a storm undergo extreme rapid intensification right into landfall. It was Otis in 2023. He went from a tropical storm to a Cat 5 in 24 hours, made landfall in neighboring Guerrero, neighboring to Oaxaca, where it looks like Erick is going to make landfall here tonight, or this morning, I guess. Now it's morning, very early morning hours. And it was John last year. He broke all kinds of records as the easternmost landfalling major Pacific hurricane, as the earliest landfalling Pacific hurricane in the month, or just the earliest period, landfalling Pacific major hurricane. And that in southern Mexico. And that matters because most landfalling Pacific major hurricanes happen later in the year, usually in October, when you get more favorable tracks for recurves into Mexico. Not usual for September, but John did it in September, and now Erick is just doing it in June, which is totally unfair and super, super crazy. Quick shout out to everyone who's still watching, who's stuck up with us here. Super late night coverage here of Hurricane Erick's potentially catastrophic landfall here coming into Oaxaca, Mexico. Thank you, everyone, real quick here for all the comments. We have 85 comments on this stream. Wow. So that's really cool. So much has happened in such a short amount of time. Been tracking the storm for several days now. We knew the conditions were perfect. We knew there was no wind shear, that the sea surface temperatures, these kind of coastal sea surface temperatures very close to Mexico, off the coast of Oaxaca and Guerrero, we knew they were very warm. Knew the environment was prime. There was healthy outflow channels available, right? The atmosphere was ready to support this kind of hurricane, but it's another thing to see it come to fruition in real life, especially at such a last minute thing, when it almost seemed certain that we were done with the intensification, that Erick was going to peak out at 125 miles per hour, which is powerful enough. That was already bad enough. And now many people waking up to, or some of them I've seen just now finding out that it's a Category 4 right now. I'm sure they were not expecting that sort of intensification. None of us were. The National Hurricane Center wasn't, just when we thought, because the NHC did predict 125. They did predict 125, and so when it seemed apparent that Erick was going to peak at 125, it was going to be a nailed down forecast. But no, not as bad as Otis and John. Okay, those two were massive forecasting failures. Of course, Otis was the most consequential one, but hitting a city at Cat 5 intensity, a major metropolitan city, when just 24 hours before he was nothing but a tropical storm. But and that was due to just kind of like our lack of understanding of this area, right? The models just don't handle this particular region. Again, Oaxaca, Guerrero, the waters around these two states, the coastal waters. When tropical cyclones get in this environment, the models just don't handle it very well, and everything gets a little shoddy in terms of accuracy with both intensity and track. We haven't seen anything I'd qualify as like a massive failure or something really crazy that's happened here with Erick. But nevertheless, we did see him, just like John, just like Otis, overachieve the forecast in a very big way, because 145 mph Cat 4, which I don't think Erick is anymore. So I'm really interested to see what happens here at landfall, what the landfall advisory, what the National Hurricane Center is going to peg the storm at. Do they take him back down to Cat 3? Do they keep him as a lower end Cat 4? Who knows? He's not at peak intensity anymore. I can say that with certainty. You can see that looking at this live satellite imagery as the eye wall starts to really come on shore now, really is starting to rip here in Oaxaca. Think I'm going to take another just like a quick 5-minute break here as we approach 50-ish minutes to landfall. Potentially might have to push that back a little bit, but it's getting pretty close, guys. It's getting real now, and the conditions on the ground in Oaxaca, where that eye wall is coming ashore, that same area we've been showing you with those little cabanas and resorts and that town, what was it called again? That rural town that I've had someone who lives there or who lives around there and knows the area say that is a rural town that has a full-time population, other than unlike some of these neighboring resort areas, which might not necessarily have people, hopefully don't have people in them right now because they're not permanent residences. But El Azufre, there could be Category 3, Category 4 winds in El Azufre right now. So hoping for the best for anyone who may be there, because right now, considering that El Azufre, and I'll just highlight it here. In fact, I'll just highlight this whole area to show you where there are structures, because there are structures here, but they're more isolated and sparsed out. So within that blue line, that's where the current population centers, the current communities that are potentially getting hit with the eye wall now, maybe Cat 3, Cat 4 winds. I don't know. We're going to have to see here. But certainly super powerful winds, super strong winds, life-threatening winds that are really, really ripping right now in that little space of blue. Going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will be right back here because we are getting very close to landfall. Yeah, man, just what a crazy turn of events the last few hours have been. Man. All right, we'll be right back. So landfall here, pretty much becoming imminent.
San Francisco bar forecast. In the deep water channel, mixed seas of 2 to 4 feet at 14 seconds. Across the bar, mixed seas 3 to 5 feet at 14 seconds. Maximum at current of 2.2 knots at 11:41 p.m. Wednesday and 1.8 knots at 11:35 a.m. Thursday. The coastal waters forecast from Point Pinos to Point Piedras Blancas out to 10 nautical miles. Gale warning in effect through Thursday evening. For tonight, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Sea 7 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds. Juneteenth, northwest wind 20
Landfall
to 25
really
knots,
getting imminent here, guys.
25 to 30 knots in the afternoon.
Maybe 36 minutes. I think maybe a little bit longer than that.
Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 10 seconds and south 2 feet at 14
Maybe.
seconds. For Thursday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots.
Let's, you know what?
Up to 40 knots.
I think
7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 10 seconds and south 2 feet
we're
at
gonna put
14
that
seconds. For
a little bit longer.
northwest wind 20
Just
to
based on
25
looking at it.
knots, rising to 25 to 30 knots in the afternoon. Sea 7 to 9 feet, building to 8 to 11 feet in the
So,
afternoon. Wave
let's
detail,
take a look
northwest
here.
9 feet at 10 seconds. For Friday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet, subsiding to 6 to 9 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 10 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 25 to 30 knots. Seas 6 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds. For Sunday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 10 feet at 10 seconds. For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. For Monday, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 9 seconds. For Monday night, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Seas 4 to 6 feet. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 9 seconds. The coastal waters forecast from Pigeon Point to Point Pinos 10 to 60 nautical miles offshore. Gale warning in effect through Thursday evening. For tonight, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots, rising to 25 to 30 knots late this evening and overnight. Seas 9 to 12 feet. Wave detail, northwest 11 feet at 9 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds. Juneteenth, northwest wind 25 to 30 knots, easing to 20 to 25 knots in the afternoon. Seas 10 to 12 feet. Wave detail, northwest 2 feet at 7 seconds, northwest 12 feet at 10 seconds, and south 2 feet at 15 seconds. For Thursday,
Yeah, that eye wall is definitely on shore
wind
now.
20 to 25 knots, rising to 25 to 30 knots after midnight. Seas 10 to 12 feet. Wave detail, northwest 11 feet at 8 seconds and south 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Friday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots. Seas 10 to 12 feet. Wave detail, northwest 11 feet at 9 seconds and south 2 feet at 13 seconds. For Friday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 building to 11 to 13 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 13 feet at 9 seconds. For Sunday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Sea is 12 to 13 feet, subsiding to 9 to 10 feet in the afternoon. Wave detail, northwest 13 feet at 9 seconds. For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Sea is 8 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 15 seconds. For Monday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots, easing to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. Sea 7 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds. For Monday night, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Sea 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio, WWF 64, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.45 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service Office located in Monterey, California, and serves the coastal marine waters, including San Francisco and Monterey Bay. The offshore waters forecast for the following marine location, Point Arena to Pigeon Point between 60 nautical miles and 150 nautical miles offshore. Issued at 8:43 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Tonight, north to northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Sea 6 to 11 feet. Thursday, northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Sea 7 to 12 feet. Thursday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 11 feet. Friday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Saturday, north to northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet. Saturday. Becoming northwest 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet. Monday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Monday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 9 feet. The offshore waters forecast for the following marine location, Pigeon Point to Point Piedras Blancas between 60 nautical miles and 150 nautical miles offshore. Issued at 8:43 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Tonight, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Thursday, northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 9 to 12 feet. Thursday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 9 to 11 feet. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 12 feet. Friday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Saturday, north to northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Saturday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots. Seas 9 to 13 feet. Sun, north winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming northwest 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 13 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet. Monday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet. Monday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7 to 8 feet. From Point Reyes to the Farallon Islands to Agate Point. NOAA Sanctuaries requests a voluntary vessel speed reduction to December 31st within the San Francisco Traffic Separation Scheme. The vessels of 300 gross registered tons or larger transiting the San Francisco Traffic Separation Scheme are recommended to transit at speeds of 10 knots or less. Please report report any collisions with whales or any observed injured or dead whales to NOAA at 877-767-9425.
We are getting down to the wire.
Coast Guard on PHF Channel 16. The coastal waters forecast from Point Reyes to Pigeon Point out to 10 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday evening. For tonight, northwest wind 20.
Well, now moving fully on shore,
Seas 7 to 10 feet.
ripping through
Northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds.
the town of El Azufre
Drizzle late this evening and overnight.
and these resort communities.
25 knots, rising to 25 to 30 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Wave detail, northwest.
In these resort communities in and around Laguna de Chacagua.
25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40
That's where the worst of the winds are right now. That's where the eye wall
to 11 feet.
is coming ashore
Wave detail, northwest 10
as we speak. At this point, landfall,
northwest
it's a little murky. We don't have a very clearly defined eye
seas 8 to 11 feet.
due to the terrain-induced weakening here.
Northwest 10 feet at 10 seconds.
So it's kind of difficult to gauge it, but we know it's close here. We know it's close, and it's basically, it's going to come out as soon as,
For Saturday,
basically when the next National Hurricane Center advisory comes out. Their next advisory, which it technically comes out at 3 a.m.
wave detail
local time there in Mexico, 4 a.m. here in South Texas.
for Saturday night.
But
Wind 20 to
it's
25
not going to, usually those advisories come out like
building to
10, 15, 20 minutes earlier than the actual time. So that kind of corroborates with the 35-minute countdown here.
wind 15 to 20 knots.
So we are really getting down to it, guys.
Subsiding to 5 to 8 feet on the afternoon.
What a wild, wild sequence of events.
At 9 seconds. For Sunday night,
We're like half an hour away from landfall.
to 10 to 15 knots after midnight. Seas 5 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest.
Potential video here can't confirm it. That looks to be of storm surge floodwaters. Pretty significant storm surge waters. I don't know where it is though, so we can't confirm that.
Northwest 6 feet at 8 seconds. For Monday night, northwest wind 5 to 10 knots. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 8 seconds. Patchy fog after midnight. The coastal waters forecast from Pigeon Point to Point Pinos out to 10 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday evening. For tonight, northwest wind
Oaxaca
25 knots.
really receiving the brunt of this storm.
Easing to
Guerrero, especially Southeast Guerrero, they will get significant impacts as Erick moves inland and over that state, but Oaxaca is ground zero,
south 2 feet at
specifically southwest Oaxaca.
Juneteenth, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 6 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 10 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Thursday
It
night,
does look like some significant storm surge flooding. Not nothing super major that I can tell,
18 to 15 to
but it does look like some of it. We do have some storm surge flooding
wave detail.
in Oaxaca.
Northwest 9 feet at 10
For sure.
seconds and southwest 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Friday, northwest
As we get later into the night,
knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots with gusts
not
up to
quite
35
as much
knots
coverage
in
as
the
we were seeing
Wave detail,
on social media from earlier.
and southwest 2 feet at 13 seconds. For Friday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 6 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 2 feet at 6 seconds and northwest 7 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest wind 20 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Sea 7 to 9 feet. Building to 8 to 11 feet after midnight. Wave detail. Northwest.
Yeah, it looks like despite, even though Erick's convection was weakening earlier, it looks like that the satellite estimates had suggested that Erick was indeed a powerful Category 4 hurricane with a pressure in the 930s, and that's how we saw that update come through, that crazy update at midnight local time there in Oaxaca, Mexico. That just boom, out of nowhere, we were sitting here kind of thinking that Erick was done, and then out of nowhere, the National Hurricane Center upgrades him from a 125 mile per hour Category 3 to a 145 mile per hour Category 4, and that's a big difference.
Northwest 5 feet at 9. The sunrise
Now approaching
5:48
approximately 30 minutes to landfall.
8:34 p.m.
And we're gonna call landfall here as, I mean, it's so close. I mean, it's got to get over land here in the next 30 or so minutes, maybe the next 30, 40 or so minutes.
Low tide 12:06 p.m.
Because I gotta imagine the National Hurricane Center's next advisory, which happens to be their complete advisory, 4 a.m. local time here in Texas, but 3 a.m. time there in
Pacific Daylight Time. An offshore buoy 59.
Oaxaca, Mexico.
Water temperature 60. Pressure 1,023.9 millibars. At buoy 14 near Point Arena, winds northwest at 27 knots. Gusting to 35. Water temperature
Coming right in.
Pressure 1,012.6 millibars.
No, the track forecast actually did pretty well here, it looks like.
At 27 knots. Gusting to 33. Pressure 1,009.
Track forecast looks like it did pretty well. We've been zeroed in on this one specific area on the coast of Oaxaca with El Azufre and Lagunas Chacagua. We've been looking at that area for quite a long time now, and so to see that is indeed where the storm is making landfall, maybe a little bit to the west of that, but pretty much right over this little jutting out area of southwest Oaxaca. That's pretty remarkable that we haven't seen more erratic deviations in track that we usually expect when storms come up and make landfall here in these really mountainous areas. Now, could we see some erratic movement after landfall, right, as the mountains start to shred and kind of ring out Erick as he traverses some really tough terrain? Yeah, could be. Could see some erratic movement, but at this point, Erick has been more or less following the forecast cone. And the landfall we're about to see is going to be the first time in recorded history that a major Pacific hurricane makes landfall during the month of June. This is NOAA's historical archive, and there is no record for a major hurricane in the Pacific making landfall during the month of June. So this is a definite first in terms of meteorological records. You know what? Let me. Oh wow! Look at the lightning activity here. Look at the lightning activity here on Windy satellite. Lightning activity is starting to die down, but look how vigorous it was there on that convective blob. Wow. Pretty cool to see that.
Becoming west 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon. For Thursday night, west wind 15 to 20 knots. For Friday, west wind 10 to 15 knots, rising to 15 to 20 knots in the afternoon.
The unfortunate thing is we have to basically go by off whenever the National Hurricane Center says landfall is landfall, because we can't go by appearance really here. So I guess I'll zoom it out at this point, because things are getting murky now that that Erick is really truly getting affected by terrain now, and it's starting to get obscured. His more definitive features. So the best way to hurricane center's late at this point, and so I'm estimating that'll be in about 30 minutes. But that looks like when it's about to make landfall. In the next 30, 40 minutes or so. But just look at that. Look at that convection to the southwest. That is a good thing. That is not over land, because oh man, that is dumping some rain right there. It's just so cool to see thunderstorms that intense. It's not cool in this situation because we're seeing a potentially devastating hurricane landfall here at a very bizarre time of year. It's only June 19th now. But yeah, what you're witnessing here, it's essentially the Pacific version of Hurricane Beryl.
West wind 20 to 25 knots, becoming northwest 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 9 seconds. For Friday, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots, becoming west 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, west 6 feet at 10 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 13 seconds. For Friday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 35 knots in the evening. Seas 5 to 7 feet, subsiding to 3 to 5 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 7 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots, rising to 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Wave detail, northwest 5 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots, easing to 10 to 15 knots after midnight. Seas 5 to 7 feet. Wave detail, northwest 6 feet at 8 seconds. For Sunday,
so thank you for tuning in. If you just joined us here for the ultimate event, which is happening quite literally in the middle of the night, Hurricane Erick now potentially minutes away from landfall in Oaxaca, Mexico. Looks like it's going to be straight over the town of El Azufre. And likely at almost, certainly at major hurricane intensity, we're going to see exactly how strong Erick is upon the next National Hurricane Center advisory, which is coming out within the next 45 minutes. And I expect that next complete advisory also to be the landfall advisory. We have seen it. It has been a long and kind of an up and down night. You know, usually if you're looking at a major hurricane coming into landfall, it's coming in, it's rapidly intensifying. You're like, okay, here it comes. This is not good. Erick has sent us on kind of a roller coaster over the course of this stream. We've been live now for 5 hours and 16 minutes. And Erick has sent us on quite the roller coaster here, going up, down. It really seemed like on multiple occasions that he was starting to weaken, feeling that mountainous terrain that now is for sure weakening him. But earlier it seemed like it was getting to him. Seemed like he was the rapid intensification was done, that he had kind of leveled out, that maybe he was even going to weaken a little bit into landfall, and instead he just kept intensifying and intensifying and intensifying based on the satellite estimates. And then boom, right out of nowhere, when we thought this thing was done, he went from a 125 mile per hour category 3, which he had been at for several hours earlier that evening, a couple hours ago. And then all of a sudden at midnight, Oaxaca, Mexico time, he went berserk, and in a 3-hour time frame gained 20 miles per hour, went all the way up to 145 miles per hour, a mid-range Cat 4, as you can see below me. That was not expected. That was never forecast. So Erick really overachieved on every metric, and also his minimum pressure too, extraordinarily intense, down to 939 millibars. So that was peak intensity. Even though that was our last official update, I can tell you Erick is certainly no longer at that peak intensity, and we're going to be able to update those stats below me here again within the next 40 minutes or so. I expect that complete advisory to also be the landfall advisory, or I hope it is anyway, because Erick is basically on shore now, unless something is happening here structurally, and the eye is sliding, and it's staying offshore, and it's staying to the west, and I can't tell because it's hard to tell now with the weakening. All the definitive features have caved in and stuff, so it's kind of difficult to tell exactly where the eye and the eye wall are. But the eye wall is definitely on shore at this point, and it's located right over these. So let me look here. Over this area, the Laguna de Chacagua. Unfortunately, Google Maps has been kind of getting sketchy here late at night. And these are the areas that might be getting most hard hit right now with devastating winds and potential and very dangerous storm surge. This area, which looks to be vulnerable to storm surge due to the fact that there's water on either sides of it, this barrier island type area, there are a lot of vulnerable looking cottages and restaurants and little camping areas, kind of resorts, little mini resorts. What are those called? Cottages, right? These beach cottage areas. But the hope is, because it's not really that much of a permanent residence as it is like a vacation spot, that there aren't people here, or there aren't many people here, that they've evacuated. A little bit more concerning in the immediate is El Azufre, and it was earlier in the live stream that someone who lives in Oaxaca, or near Oaxaca anyway, someone who lives in the area said that this was a rural town, a poor town that was permanently, settled, right? It had permanent residents. It wasn't just a bunch of resorts. And there's definitely a concern now as they're getting ripped by devastating major hurricane force winds that people could definitely be in harm's way here. So hoping for the best. That's all we can really do at this point, because that upgrade really upped the stakes. That upgrade to Category 4 really took me and I think a lot of people by surprise, because we thought Erick was done, and just kaboom, just came out of nowhere here, and is now ripping through El Azufre. And then there's some other areas that could be experiencing the eye wall either now or soon, a little bit further inland. We have Charco, Redondo, another small community, another small town that could face severe damage, maybe even destruction from Hurricane Erick here as he comes ashore. And I guess I'm not going to reload Google Maps again, but then later here, there are some interspersed communities here. Of course, you see some inland towns, some bigger inland towns away from the beach. So that's a problem, right? They, as we see here with let's update the cone here, and even though this cone hasn't updated yet, trust me, hurricane force winds, this orange blob, that is certainly on shore now in Oaxaca. If you were wondering how we got here, well, this was the situation earlier.
Northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds and southwest 2 feet at 14 seconds. For Monday,
this loop right here, this was when we really saw Erick. And this actually wasn't during when he was labeled as hitting peak intensity, funnily enough, but this was around 8:30 local time there in Mexico, and that's when things got really serious, because you can see that huge burst of silver and pink convection surround and encircle the eye, reinvigorate the whole system, the whole eye wall, when before that it was kind of looking like Erick was getting affected by the terrain, and he was starting to get a little swirly and weaken a bit. But that all changed right there, and even though that wasn't the peak intensity moment, That's pretty much what I guess eventually instigated that moment of peak intensity. Here we've got a really cool loop on microwave that definitely displays that, and so here you can see kind of the completion of the eye wall replacement cycle that had started late that afternoon and early in the evening last night now, because it's early morning on June 19th. And you can see there the completion of the eye wall replacement cycle, that larger outer ring suddenly tightening up around and becoming the new inner ring, the new primary core. That moment right there is when Erick very abruptly jumped up based on satellite estimates, jumped up to 145 miles per hour and had his central pressure crater down to 939 millibars. So that's a recap of what we have seen. And now we are just waiting for the official confirmation of landfall and what strength Erick was at landfall. As a reminder, when Erick does make landfall, and I don't know if he's going to make landfall at a Cat 4, if he's still a Cat 4, or if the National Hurricane Center is going to analyze him as a Cat 3, doesn't matter. Either way, it's going to be the first time in recorded history here, as confirmed by NOAA's historical database, that we've had a landfalling Pacific major hurricane in the month of June, right? So this is a really big, significant meteorological event.
Northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds. For Sunday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 10 feet at 10 seconds. For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds.
Thank you for the likes. We saw some likes from YouTube come in. Super appreciate that. We actually just joined. We've been on X now since August of 2023, but I just joined YouTube only a couple days ago, and this is the first time I've streamed on that platform. I'm streaming on both X and YouTube, so you can watch on either site. And yeah, it's been pretty cool. I've liked it so far, and this is our first stream of 2025. And as a reminder, we intend to do live streams like this to provide live coverage and get as much information out as we possibly can on breaking news events just like this, talking about major storms coming into landfall, undergoing major changes at the last second. And so just covering it, whether it's about nerding out about with satellite images and looking at the science of it and kind of deep diving here and there, or just plain like getting the information out, like, hey, you need to be prepared, in one specific location or another, you can expect this and this approximately. So we're gonna do live streams like this throughout the year, or I guess whenever it's warranted, right? Whenever there's a hurricane in the Atlantic or the Pacific, whether there's a typhoon in the Pacific, a cyclone in the southern hemisphere, in the North Indian Ocean, we are going to provide live coverage on both our social media accounts and through live streaming like this from here on out, pretty much. The ultimate moment here, getting closer.
Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 35 knots. Seas 9 to 10 feet, building to 11 to 13 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 13 feet at 9 seconds. For Sunday, northwest
super concerned here for the communities in harm's way on the Oaxaca coast. Really hope everyone's safe.
For Sunday night, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 8 to 9 feet.
Big time major hurricane here
Wave
making
detail,
landfall.
northwest 9 feet at 8 seconds.
Big
and
time major
southwest
hurricane.
2 feet at 15 seconds. For Monday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots, easy to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. Sea 7 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds. For Monday night, northwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Sea 6 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio, WWF 64, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.45 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service Office located in Monterey, California, and serves the coastal marine waters, including San Francisco and Monterey Bay. The offshore waters forecast for the following marine location, Point Arena to Pigeon Point between 60 nautical miles and 150 nautical miles offshore, issued at 8:43 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Tonight, north to northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 6 to 11 feet. Thursday, northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Thursday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 11 feet. Friday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 8 feet. Saturday, north to northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 9 feet. Saturday night, north to northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Sun, north winds 20 to 30 knots, becoming northwest 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. 9 feet. Monday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Monday night, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 6 to 9 feet. The offshore waters forecast for the following marine location, Pigeon Point to Point Piedras Blancas between 60 nautical miles and 150 nautical miles offshore, issued at 8:43 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Tonight, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Thursday, northwest winds 20 to 30 knots. Seas 9 to 12 feet. Thursday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 9 to 11 feet. Friday, northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 12 feet. Friday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 7 to 10
Getting
feet.
down even further to the wire here, 15 minutes approximately,
Seas 8
maybe
to
a little
11
bit longer than that.
Saturday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots. Seas 9 to 13 feet. Sun, north winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming northwest 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 13 feet. Sunday night, northwest winds 20 to 25 knots. Seas 8
Monitoring for the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
15 to 25 knots. Seas 8 to 10 feet. Monday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7 to 8 feet. The coastal waters forecast from Point Reyes to Pigeon Point out to 10 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through Thursday evening. For tonight, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 9 seconds. A slight chance of drizzle late this evening and overnight. Juneteenth, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots, rising to 25 to 30 knots in the afternoon. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Wave detail, northwest 9 feet at 10 seconds. For Thursday night, northwest winds 25 to 30 knots with gusts up to 40 knots. Seas 8 to 11 feet. Wave detail, northwest 10 feet at to 20 to 25 knots after midnight. Seas 6 to 9 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 9 seconds. For Saturday, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 35 knots in the afternoon. Seas 5 to 8 feet. Wave detail, northwest 8 feet at 8 seconds. For Saturday night, northwest wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts up to 40 knots in the evening. Seas 7 to 10 feet, building to 9 to 12 feet after midnight. Wave detail, northwest 11 feet at 8 seconds. For Sunday, northwest wind 15 to 20 knots. Seas 7 to 10 feet, subsiding to
14 minutes ago, Josh Morgerman, who is chasing Erick there in Oaxaca, Mexico, reported that at 2:15 a.m., so that would be local time there, he described Hurricane Erick as hellish, and that's all. So that's kind of what we were. That's kind of what we were afraid of. That's kind of what we were afraid of. Conditions being hellish, as Morgerman put it. And indeed, not a big surprise when you look at what has happened over the course of the day. So we should be getting that new advisory from the National Hurricane Center now any minute. any minute now. And this could also be the landfall advisory. Less than 20 minutes from the next National Hurricane Center advisory. Center likely waiting as long as they can here to fully confirm landfall. If we have it. It was difficult because of the way we kind of can't tell where exactly Hurricane Erick's core is. Still some big time convection going. Under 15 minutes. Again, really furious, hellish conditions as it's been described by a storm chaser who's currently in the eyewall, I believe. Hellish conditions ongoing here in southern Oaxaca. Oaxaca. Kind of a name that I start to say wrong after times you say it. So that is what we are standing by for. What will the official intensity be, hopefully at landfall? Which again, that decision has to be made, I imagine, within the next 10, 11 minutes here. Because the advisory has to come out in the next 11 minutes. Heavy rainfall, storm surge, and hellish conditions currently ongoing in southern Oaxaca, which is a state in Mexico, southern Mexico. as a reminder, once we get this confirmation of landfall, Hurricane Eric will become the first major Pacific hurricane to make landfall in Mexico, or anywhere in the East Pacific Basin for that matter, in the month of June. Eric will also, I believe, become the first major hurricane ever to make landfall in the state of Oaxaca. It's never happened before. I think there was a storm, 1997 Hurricane Pauline, and Pauline came in to Oaxaca right here. So she rapidly intensified, and she became a Category 4 hurricane not far offshore. But by the time Pauline made landfall, she was a high-end Category 2 hurricane. So very close to Category 3 status, but not officially. Not officially. So, and this is also a pretty similar area. In fact, it's almost identical. Look at this. Almost identical. So Pauline made landfall here in this same area we're talking about, just to the east of Choctaw, and Erick is looking to make landfall just to the west of Choctaw. Lagunas, Choctaw, that is. So, wow. I forgot that these landfall locations, that Erick is making landfall so close to where Pauline did. Okay, guys, breaking news. Looks like we have the new update in. And we do have a western shift. So landfall has not happened yet. Repeat, landfall has not happened yet. I cautioned that time might not be accurate, and indeed, it is not. So we do not have landfall yet. It appears that we have had some sort of western shift here. I guess maybe this is actually the eye now. Looked like it was getting awfully close, but I suppose this is the eye. Let's see if we can get an update here from the National Hurricane Center. That still hasn't updated. Well, so we do have new information on the advisory, which is pretty interesting. It's actually saying, so we have had some weakening, but the last National Hurricane Center advisory here only has brought down the winds 5 miles per hour. So they're still saying this is a 140 mile per hour Category 4 pressure. What's the central pressure now? It's only come up 1 millibar. Man, so the National Hurricane Center kind of all of a sudden almost seeming almost aggressive. I don't want to say that, but wow. Interesting. Well, so we're still holding, apparently, despite the very terrible satellite appearance. We are still holding at 140 miles per hour. does interest me that they didn't take that intensity down more aggressively, considering the shape of the storm is in at this point. But I don't know. Maybe it's maybe they're getting reports on the ground. That's kind of corroborating keeping this thing at such a high intensity. See if there's been any updates. So here's the post from the National Hurricane Center, Civic. Hurricane Erick Advisory 12, Erick very near the coast of Mexico, bringing extremely destructive winds near its core. So extremely destructive winds. Maintaining this system at Category 4 intensity, despite all the apparent degradation we've seen on satellite. Oh, hello there, Lionel W. Coming up with the super late night comment. Lionel W says, the core has remained surprisingly robust despite the land interaction. Negative 70 Celsius to negative 80 Celsius all around the eye still. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and I guess that's what is supporting the fact that we still have a catastrophic 140 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane on our hands. I mean, it's true. Erick is still spinning pretty good. Ooh, dang. So it does look like we're going to get landfall a little bit later. I don't know, perhaps 6 or 7 a.m. Resetting that timer. 2 hours, perhaps. I had a feeling that we were gonna something like that was gonna happen. You know, I might actually set it. Yeah, I might actually set it to 3 hours, just cause. Close to it. Just because that's likely when the next National Hurricane Center advisory is going to come in. Oh man, what a night. So we don't have landfall yet. Thought we might. Thought maybe Erick was trending due north, but no. Josh Morgerman reporting that he's on the move, heading further west probably in a direct response here to the National Hurricane Center's latest update, confirming that we are still moving west. We are still not officially at landfall yet. Close to it, yes, but not officially. So that's interesting. That is a pretty substantial western jog. Not truly unexpected. I wonder how far the eyewall actually made it on shore. Did it make it at all? I don't know. Sure looked like it did there for a second. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. Morgan described the conditions as hellish. That sounded like at least the outer edge of the eyewall to me. Well, it's a waiting game here, and with that confirmation, looks like we got another video, reposting it to my X account. Pretty significant flooding in Mexico. Video is from Disaster News. Looks like fairly substantial street flooding. So now that we know landfall hasn't happened yet, while Google Earth continues to malfunction and ask me to not be a robot. Oh, look at that! Huh? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it's been acting all weird lately. Look at that. They just added a Hurricane Erick icon. This is just generic Google Earth. Huh. Hello, Erick. Oh, look at that. We've even got a cone. Little lake guys, aren't you? I don't know. I didn't see this icon earlier, so I don't know. Is this the new cone? No, it seems like the old cone, right? Let me check. Because we should have gotten a new cone with that last advisory as a complete advisory. Yeah. Okay, so that last advisory shows a landfall pretty much right at the border between Guerrero and Oaxaca. So like right here. Wait. Right here. So who's in the path of this now? Of the incoming direct landfall? Santo Domingo Armenta. I'd have to imagine by this time Erick will probably be a Category 3, so maybe maybe the Category 4 winds aren't going on shore. That would be nice. Be good. Does look like we have population here, some more settlements, small, rural. Doesn't look like there's much in the way of things at the coast, so that's good from a storm surge perspective. A lot of farmland looks like, maybe. There's another little rural town they could get hit directly. All right, next is Santo Domingo Armenta. This town right here, you're not out of the clear. I'm losing the labels here. Well, we're not quite done yet, guys. All right, well, we're going to continue to stay live here. I think yeah, so I think here at this juncture, I'm going to keep this stream live. But I might leave and take a break here and leave you guys up with this satellite loop here. And we can we can zoom that in probably a little bit more. Like, but where are they showing that coming in? Okay, before that. So I can see the eye again now a little bit more clearly. And that is pretty much the planned trajectory here. Okay, so near Oaxaca, that is the planned trajectory right now. The eye is a little bit more clear now. The eye of catastrophic Category 4 Hurricane Erick. So this is a major deal here we got going. This system is really redundant and really robust and just all around super super impressive. Not just because of the rapid intensification, but man, Erick has survived a lot today. He survived an EWRC, an eyewall replacement cycle. Now he's surviving this interaction with these Sierra Madre mountains here in southern Mexico. He's dealing with it very well. And that line there is essentially a rough estimate of the latest National Hurricane Center cone that we just got 10 minutes ago. That is the new trajectory of where they think this thing's going to make landfall. I don't know if the eye wall actually ultimately did come on shore in Oaxaca yet. Hopefully it didn't, I guess. It looked like it did, but I can't confirm that. I don't have any confirmation that the eye wall officially came ashore. So maybe it didn't, and maybe there's the opportunity here for Erick to weaken a little bit more, maybe down to Cat 3 before it makes landfall. But at this point, the historic nature, the meteorologically historic nature of his landfall seems to be locked in and set in stone. If he holds on to Cat 3 strength, and that seems to be likely now, even over the next 2.5-ish hours, if that's the time it takes him to make landfall, since he's still holding at 140 miles per hour and 940 millibars, if he's able to hold on to Cat 3, into landfall, then he will be the first landfalling major Pacific hurricane in recorded history, as well as the first landfalling Pacific major hurricane in the Mexico state of Oaxaca. So, also, I also think he'll be the easternmost landfalling major hurricane in the East Pacific Basin's history. That kind of comes along with the Oaxaca record, right? Intuitively, because Oaxaca is way down there in the south and east of Mexico. So this is a really rare event, kind of like the Hurricane Beryl of the Pacific. That is my analogy right now. That's my best analogy for what we're seeing here. And like Hurricane Beryl, Erick has done a lot of his intensification pretty far south in the basin. If you remember Beryl, she did a lot of her initial rapid intensification pretty darn close to South America. You know, those were actually some crazy satellite images showing Beryl's circulation so close to the South American continent. And then, of course, she made landfall. Beryl did through the Windward Islands. Those are the southernmost portion of the Lesser Antilles. So a lot of similarities here. And despite degrading because of his interaction with the mountains, look at how formidable this hurricane still is. Still, super cold convection is firmly surrounding that core, and that is really protecting those winds and that eye wall from rapid weakening yet. And unfortunately, we're still looking at a strong Category 4 hurricane with max sustained winds of 140 miles per hour and minimum pressure that's hardly come up at all, despite looking like the eye is clouded in. The National Hurricane Center says the pressure has only come up 1 millibar from Erick's peak intensity. So at this juncture, I think I'm going to take a break here, but I'm going to keep this live. I'm going to keep this stream live, showing a live satellite loop here ongoing, and then this trajectory, this line right here, this is basically what the National Hurricane Center is saying is going to happen. Let me extend it a little bit. So that's the path that the National Hurricane Center is predicting in their latest forecast cone a little over 10 minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago. So I'm going to take a break, but I'm not going to leave completely. I'm going to keep this stream going. I'm going to keep it live so you guys, if you want a satellite image, but with also the kind of, this is essentially overlaying the National Hurricane Center cone, so we can see whether or not here over the next hour or two there starts to be a trend one way or the other. Because technically, in a hilarious sense, and I don't think this is going to happen, to be clear, but technically the cone is supposed to encompass all the possible, areas and outcomes that the Hurricane Center can go. And technically, the last cone shows an option where Erick could trend to the west in a really dramatic way and make landfall all the way near Acapulco. Again, I don't think that's going to happen. That would be very radical if Erick just suddenly deviated and took the absolute outermost western edge of his cone. That's what would be required for him to make landfall near Acapulco or in Guerrero. So we'll just keep watching here. So I'll take a break, but I'm gonna come back. I'll leave this here, the satellite image running. I'll leave the satellite image here running, and I will come back when we are closer to landfall. Before I do, though, here's a comment from Sagar saying, I think if the EWRC would have taken place, then land interaction would have been higher due to larger wind field interacting with the terrain and impacting inflow. Right now, core is more compact. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't seem like the eye wall replacement cycle from that perspective completed. I was going by that microwave loop. However, on the same token, you can't just simply go by this looks like it on microwave. You got to get down a little bit more into the science to fully understand why here. So when I looked at that microwave imagery, it kind of looked like the outer eye wall took over. However, it could have just as easily represented the inner eye wall blowing up again and repelling back that outer eye wall. Indeed, right now it looks like we're witnessing a compact core. We never really saw that much larger outer eye wall, which would have happened, right? If the outer eye wall had won, if the WRC had been fully complete, then I suppose that is true. I suppose you would have seen a larger wind field, and that would have probably been rapid. So that's a good point from Sagar. Maybe this microwave loop is a tad deceiving, and that's not actually the outer eye wall kind of moving in and taking control like it would visually suggest. Perhaps that was the outer eye wall either merging or kind of growing substantially and repelling that EWRC and making a big time comeback. Yeah, I'll be interested to see. I'm going to look at what some of the meteorological analysis of Hurricane Erick is in the coming hours and coming days. For sure, I'm going to take a look at that. But yeah, so good point by Sagar. Perhaps not the completion of an EWRC, but maybe more likely now that we're seeing that there's still a compact core. And there's still, because actually the core looks a little bit more defined than it did a couple hours ago. Not because two or so hours ago. Not because it's like re-intensifying or anything. It just does, right? It looks more defined. It did a little bit a while ago, and I can see now that it's still compact. It's still retaining cold convection, and it is still offshore. You can see that there is still an eye. That it's a bit more clearly defined as well than it was 2-ish hours ago. And it is still moving to the west-northwest. So I'm going to leave this satellite loop here with that basically that pseudo NHC forecast cone overlay kind of to see whether or not Erick starts to deviate from that center track line, and if he starts to deviate east and make landfall sooner, or deviate west and make landfall even later into the later morning hours. And I will come back online when landfall is imminent. sooner than maybe I was expecting here, because as you can see from our little test here, drawing the forecast track line from Hurricane Erick's center, you can see that his eye is now clearly moving off to the eastern side of that track. So now we are really close, it seems, I think. Said a lot of things tonight that didn't end up coming true until several hours later, so we'll see. But that eye seems to be pretty. It's a lot more defined than it was a second ago. The eye, that is. So this is how here's how we had what I thought was coming into landfall. So there's the system, right? There's the eye. And then really kind of looked like it was blowing up. And then all of a sudden, that eye popped back out. Got a little bit better defined. And ended up kind of skirting the coast here for a while. I thought it was going to go longer than it clearly has, though. Because now it appears that eye wall is definitely on shore. And possibly packing a devastating punch as it does so. So an interesting observation here from Northeast Ohio WX. A few people who's still insane enough to be up at this hour watching the storm. Current intensity analysis from satellite indicates, and this was moments ago, indicates that Hurricane Erick has actually intensified further. It is now a high-end Category 4 hurricane, 150 mile per hour winds and a 935 millibar pressure. Now, I was shocked when the National Hurricane Center upgraded Erick to 145, but I don't think they're going to upgrade him here. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, as aggressive as I want to be on satellite estimations too, I just seems a little aggressive. I guess what? Because the satellite estimates, they use the cloud patterns and the shapes and the convective heights to do those analyses, and that is a really compact core there, but I don't know how it's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how the algorithm is deriving 150 from this, but it's interesting nonetheless that we still have satellite analysis still insisting that Erick has continued to strengthen despite the odds. I think he's done so much strengthening in spite of the odds, because really on a historical basis, it's not at all unusual for hurricanes to truly be in weakening when they come into town down here in Mexico like this due to the mountain ranges. So who knows when we're gonna have landfall at this point? We're just gonna have this beast of a storm continue to grade along the coast of southern Mexico, not weakening when it should be weakening. This is a lot of procrastinating. A lot. I don't know if anyone's out there right now, throw something in the chat for no other reason than to let me know that there are other people in the world who are absolutely insane enough to be up at, I mean, my time it's 5:26 a.m. Here with the down in Mexico with the hurricane, it's 4. So this is as of obscure an hour as you can possibly speak to here. But I see a couple of you are watching. Whoever you are. Thank you, Hurricane Annans. You are awesome. Yeah, I mean, we've had a long day. Had a long night. Just as expected. I did chicken out there a little bit. Took a bit of a break. But I'm back here now. And they said when someone said it's 5 o'clock somewhere, this is not the 5 o'clock I necessarily had in mind. But duty calls. And Erick has decided to come in the middle of the night, the very early morning. So we're going to get to watch the sunrise over this storm, which is maybe an hour and 16 minutes away from landfall. Now, as of the last advisory, National Hurricane Center kept the winds at 140 miles per hour, which, again, my instincts were like, kind of questioning. I have been convinced into believing that since then, just by looking at the compact nature of the storm. Oh my goodness. Someone else is up here at 5 a.m. Lionel W. says, it looks like the eye wall will scrape the coast for a while. That it does. Lionel W. is a real one, y'all. He is up at 5 a.m. watching a hurricane very, very slowly go through some procrastinatory process of landfall that I have not seen in quite a while. You had I think I did a stream last year with Typhoon Gamey coming into Taiwan. She came in and looked like she's going to make landfall and stop at the last second and then did the loop-de-loop. Made landfall like 4 hours later than expected, due to the extreme mountains in Taiwan. Yeah, not quite the situation, same situation here, but so let's look at exactly after I close this down. That's still wild. That's still a wild satellite intensity analysis, because you rely on those things, and they're pretty good. I've seen them struggle sometimes with systems that they probably shouldn't. But when you're doing techniques and satellite analyses that depend on the physical structure of the storms, sometimes you can have sneaky storms, sneaky powerful storms that maybe don't look awesome visually, but are very awesome underneath. Don't know if that's the situation here. I'm gonna really guess that, but nevertheless. So Erick is now attempting to make landfall here in this region. So this is well northwest of that town we were talking about earlier in the stream. Name should be here, but Google Maps for some reason has been having a seizure overnight or something. El Azufre, yes. So to the northwest of El Azufre, this is where Erick is at least trying to make landfall. Remains to be seen. The eye wall is definitely on shore. Again, a lot of parceled land out here, so that's good news. You're going to be hard pressed to find somewhere that doesn't have any people. We were actually talking about Santa Maria Chicomotepec. We were talking about this town earlier too. Well, might be getting close to here, but generally, these are the places getting hard to sit right now. I mean, tell me if you could go storm chasing right now, you wouldn't want to know what it's like right now on these. I don't know if some of these are farm fields necessarily, but they're definitely. I mean, well, these are farm fields right here. That's for sure. So these farm fields and kind of parceled land, empty, relatively flat for a while here near the coast. Now tell me, if you're a storm chaser and you could go anywhere you want right now, you wouldn't want to stand in one of these open farm fields or something next to a road, but near one of these fields in the middle of the eye wall of Hurricane Erick right now. I mean, that'd be great, especially at night. It's scarier at night. Got this little town closer to the beach, Playa Banco de Oro. doing good. Hope everyone there is staying safe. The eye or some section of it. Trying to come on shore, getting a little close. And all the while, those convective bursts on the western side continue to fire continuously. Too much continued in that sentence. Well, convective bursts is proceeding to continuous rate of stormy updraft. You look at it there, man. That looks like a geyser or something. It looks like a geyser underwater, if that's a thing. But that western quadrant, those thunderstorms over there, they continue to generate a lot of noise. Ooh, 7 watching right now. On YouTube, at least. 7 of y'all, huh? Thank you for tuning in at this obscene hour. Kind of those live stream stage where we're just kind of waiting. Fortunately, this is a more rural-ish area, so there's not a lot of major points here. Well, I didn't want to check mark that. I don't know what that did. Does anyone else know what that did? Did I just make reservations at the Hotel Riviera Afro Cabañas? Because I don't know if the Hotel Riviera Afro Cabañas is going to be there by morning. So I'm not entirely sure I want to accidentally buy tickets there. Brutal storm. Looks like, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to tell here whether or not landfall is all that imminent. Also notice that convective burst has gotten over land a little bit. So, okay, well, let's go here now then. So not in a wind way. just now. So there's Acapulco. 113 miles northwest, but because of that blob, Acapulco just now starting to get that convection, that storm-related convection over them. So immediately to Acapulco southeast, you have that big convective blob that's now coming over land and probably pouring down tremendous amounts of rain. Interesting. All right, so I think I'm going to go back into watch mode here, into satellite watch mode. Just wanted to make sure we weren't having landfall here, but I think I'll come back to this. I think I'm going to put this back in this live stream back in satellite stakeout mode, and come back probably in an hour or so, maybe a little under an hour, but in roughly an hour or so, to see. I mean, I'll come back sooner if it's obviously making landfall before that. But in an hour or so, we'll have the next update from the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and so that'll give us an update on the strength and such, but also the position and whether Erick has made landfall at that point or not, because it could be a little bit hard to tell since he is a weakening system and there are a lot of different convective structures with double meanings here at play. Yeah. So we'll keep this. I guess maybe we can zoom it out a little bit. And kind of a funky image. Kind of the story of Hurricane Erick here today. Him versus the blob. And that's a pretty exemplified example of it. All right, so we'll come back here. Actually, maybe not an hour, maybe less than an hour. Maybe a little bit less than an hour to catch the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center to see whether or not we have landfall, and regardless if we do, what the new update on Hurricane Erick's strength is, how much he's weakened since the last advisory, which still pegged him at a potentially catastrophic 140 mile per hour sustained winds within his core of within his eye wall ring that has been battling another outer eye wall for 12, 13, 14, for like 16, 18 hours. One eye wall's been fighting the other, and I think the little one ultimately won through in the end, even though the inner little one won in the end, even though it was at the cost of Erick's own demise, making landfall here. All right, well, stay tuned to our satellite stakeout here, and we'll be back in an hour or so.